listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. EFNL Game Day coming to you live from Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on YouTube and Facebook as we present a big Premier Division clash here at East Ringwood Recreation Reserve this afternoon between the unbeaten East Ringwood and the 2-1 Blackburn. It promises to be a very, very good contest, and I think, pardon me, it promises to be a clash of the heavyweights this afternoon. Joining me for pre-match this afternoon, I'm your host, Wayne Brasher, two esteemed analysts from the EFNL media team. It's a warm welcome to my cohort in crime, and it's great to be back with him, Brett Davidson, and one of our up-and-coming analysts, and he does everything for us, and Josh Ward. Thank you both for joining me on pre-match this afternoon.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed I wasn't listed as an up-and-coming analyst, but that's okay. No,
Well, you notice I didn't put myself as an up-and-coming host.
We're a little bit past that brush, aren't we? But,
yeah, we are.
Certainly really looking forward to what should be a great contest today. We've actually got pretty good conditions. We've had a lot of warm Saturdays recently, and this is on nice conditions. A little bit breezy, but looking forward to a great contest.
Josh, I think believe it or not, I actually think the players will actually appreciate the conditions this afternoon out here. It's not going to be too hot. Like yesterday it was 28 and steaming.
And last week I think in the van was 25 degrees and in the van was 35 degrees, which is a lot nicer here on the balcony at East Ringwood Reserve. It's been a while since I've been out here. I think it was Division 4 Grand Final Day a couple of years ago where I was last year, but it's such a great venue to come out to because it's a bit enclosed, a decent atmosphere as well, and potentially a big crowd in as well, given East Ringwood have their President's Lunch. Jack Chris speaking at that. East Ringwood and Blackburn, two sides who are very familiar with one another as well, Bresh. So looking forward to it, and luckily I am on the boundary as well, which I am relieved about. That it is good conditions on hand today. If it was raining, and I'd probably be still up here.
I do have a red umbrella for you, Josh, if you actually need it.
I think I do bring an umbrella just in case, because you never know what Melbourne weather brings. But good to be alongside you, two esteemed gentlemen of the media team.
Let's just a quick overview. We're into week 4 of most competitions or most divisions. What are your overall thoughts before we concentrate on today's games? Have you been a little bit underwhelmed by the performances in certain divisions?
I don't think it's been underwhelming. I think what we've seen is that there's been, in some competitions, there's been a splitting straight away with top 2, top 3 and the rest. And that makes it difficult to get enthusiastic because, as we've seen, for example, in 4th Division, we have probably 3, maybe 4 sides. I mean, Bull and Templeside have been really good, and I've liked the way they've gone about it. But there tends to be 3 sides in 4th Division that are really showing everyone. 3rd Division, well, we spoke about it. Don Vale are looking pretty good at this stage, is a good way of putting it. Yeah. And there'll be others that will come up and test, but they look set. I think in 2nd Division there's still a bit of room.
Well, that's been the most interesting of all the divisions. The average winning margin in Div 2 is only 22 points, so that's...
Yeah, and I think there really is a situation in that division where everybody can beat everybody apart from maybe Templestowe and Surrey, and they're not unbeatable either.
No.
1st Division, I love what North Ringwood are doing and the way they're progressing, but again, you lose coaches and all this sort of stuff, and suddenly we've got maybe a bigger bottom group. And then Premier, well, I haven't worked out Premier yet.
No.
I haven't worked it out.
It's been tricky, and there was a lot of discussion in Premier about there being a top 4, two of the sides we're seeing today, East Ringwood and Blackburn, Balwyn and Roval. I think Balwyn they look a little bit vulnerable, particularly after their loss against East Ringwood, in saying that they still will find a way to perform when it matters the most, and I still think they're in the top 4 of the Premier Division sides, but it feels like at this stage with Premier, it's East Ringwood and Roval who are looking really strong, and Blackburn and Bourne, last year's grand finalists, are the main contenders. So but overall, like, I've enjoyed watching Division 1. Your side, favourite side, Wantirna South, are lighting it up and face a big test this weekend. Out of Walker Reserve, though. Division 2, I think there still is a bit of a gap between Templestowe and Surrey. And obviously we don't know what the gap could be for Domvale, given how big they're winning to start the season. But it does feel like there is a gap starting to split. But still, there's a long way in the season to go.
And the reality still is that we can talk about all this all we like, but as we've seen particularly in Division 3 in a number of years, it's not necessarily the side that's been the dominant team that gets over the line. So it still comes down to one game at the very end of it. So we think, though, that there's going to be... The hard part for Domvale is, what do they do during the year if the trend continues the way it is with regards to preparation, getting themselves up, changing things up, doing things a bit differently? I don't know what they do.
Well, I think it was a good point you brought up on the podcast yesterday, the final word. What adjustments could they make? What players could they bring into their midfield? All that sort of stuff. They have the time to do that, given the fast start they've gotten off to. So it'll be interesting to see if they do that during the season, and potentially if they get off to a really fast start. It almost
seems like it's a pressure cooker effect for Domvale, because if they've got nothing to improve on, because they're not being challenged, it's nearly or nigh impossible for the coach and the coaching group to do anything different that's going to challenge them at training, isn't it?
It's you're kind of like doing. It's like a false dawn in some ways. You're trying to do something that you know you're not going to need anyway.
Yeah.
But I think some of the lessons from the last couple of years in their grand final situations, and it's not like they got done by 10 goals. They've been done by 2 points in two games or 3 games in a row.
I think 3 of the last 4 grand finals they've been done by 2 points.
Yeah.
So the reality is it's not like they're far away from it. But there have been areas in their game that I think they need to improve on. Yeah. And their midfield run, I think, is one of those things. And you can tinker with that. They need to, as I said yesterday, they need to build a second and a third midfield group that they know they can throw in when they have to. And if that means that for a couple of games where, say they're 7 and zip and they're playing a side that may not be... maybe 5th or 6th on the ladder.
Yeah.
You don't take them lightly, but you might put that second string midfield, second level midfield in early and give them that exposure and experience. You've still got the others to bring in if you need it. And with the percentage they've got at the moment, who cares if they're in by 35 points or 135?
Exactly.
They're still going to have a ridiculously strong percentage.
Yeah, so I think that's the way to look at it and freshen them up and do things a bit different.
All right, let's get into the nitty-gritty. We'll start off with Premier, and much has been talked about this game, especially on the final word yesterday between Baldwin and Vermont. Perennially, regardless of where these two sides on the ladder, it always produces a very close result. And funny thing is, when you look at the home and away records between these two sides, it always seems to be the away side that wins at the opposition's home side, and vice versa. Vermont are at Norton 3 at the moment. They're once again in unfamiliar territory, and they head down to a Baldwin side who I reckon are just going at the moment. I watched that game against East Ringwood, and I still can't make my mind up whether it was an anomaly, right? And am I prepared to forgive them for that one bad performance? But the other thing that I saw in that game was their disposal efficiency was wanting, and the fact that if East Ringwood fair and square ran them off the park. That was my analysis of that game.
I think the thing I'd never ever thought I'd say about a Baldwin side was that they were uncompetitive.
No,
they were uncompetitive against East Ringwood,
and the Brenton Sanderson side too.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. And so I agree. Is it an anomaly? Let's say we're up to round 4, so
Yep.
it could very well be. But I agree. I don't think they're travelling as well as what they probably want. And in some cases, I suppose coaches go, well, you don't win finals in May, but you'd like to see them playing a little bit better. And Vermont, I was saying to Brash before, I've had a look at them. I do like their young kids. I like what they're trying to do, but I'm still trying to work out what they're standing for and what is their game style and how are they going to, what's their imprimatur that they want to put on the competition and the way they want to play.
For those 7 or 8 under 21 players that they've brought into the side, where I think they're missing out at the moment, Vermont, is they've got a couple of jets in Johns and James Ross.
Yeah.
But it's those mid-tier players, right, that have been in that side now for 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, their confidence and form keeps going up and down. There is no consistency in that mid-tier group at the moment, and I think it's a real balancing act, trying to get this side to gel together. Kalkowski once again being out injured he's going to be out for at least another 4 or 5 weeks. You got Buxton back into the side, but he was severely underdone last week. Wiedemann's not getting enough of the ball down forward, and I just wonder whether maybe they play him at centre half forward and try and get him into the game where he doesn't have to lead up the ground. Maybe he needs to try and create his own opportunities, Davo.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, even if he's kicking from centre half forward, you still a big chance to kick from a fair distance. But
and if he plays centre half forward, there's more chance of him being in a one-on-one situation when leading up the ground.
Yeah.
Marking, whereas at the moment he's coming from deep in the square area or just in front. When he leads up, he's always in a pack scenario. There's 3, 4, 5 in the pack, and generally 3 against him. Yeah. He just can't mark the footy, so that could be the idea.
And I think the other problem is too, the last time Vermont had a hit up forward like that was Matt Gregg, but you knew that if you kicked the ball to Matt Gregg, he was going to kick goals for you, and he was the quintessential full forward. But the thing is with Sam, right, the players themselves have become, like Davo said, they've become too conscious. To him conscious now. If he's constantly leading up the ground from full forward and they're trying to direct everything through him, well, then that sort of defeats the purpose of having your half forwards and your forward pockets. You're probably better off having Sam played centre half forward, because then that takes that issue where players are always looking for him, and that forces them to look for other options in the forward 50 to try and get an even better spread of goal kickers.
Yeah, and it doesn't. I think the other thing is, if you look at the way they kick the ball to him, they kick it on his head a fair bit. There's not too many times they kick it so he can run out and take a mark out in front. So,
they need someone like Johns delivering it to him more often than not.
But he can't carry him, mate.
Which is the issue.
I mean, once again, he's leading from the front, 8 times best and fairest. He's got, averaging 35, 36 possessions again. I mean, you can't ask any more of your skipper. No, you just can't. Final word on that. I've got Ball and Wynnum, but I reckon the margin will be close. I'm only going 18 points here.
I've gone Baldwin with Vermont being my upset if they do win it. But I'm going for 10 points.
Baldwin for me as well. It looks like they've got a young list on the park this weekend. A couple of senior debutants the past couple of weekends, so it'll be interesting to see how they stack up. Probably similar in terms of margin to you. Got probably 15 points, I'll say. Just
interesting. Before we move that, I was very interested in what Brenton Sanderson had to say after that East Ringwood loss. And he mentioned after the game something to do about the culture. There was something about the culture that they were wanting to change. So there must have been something last year in that side where they culturally wanted to change the mindset this year. I'm just wondering whether it's because of Charlie and the way he went about it. So there's some interesting dynamics and times for Baldwin as the season progresses. Another interesting game. Two sides that are once again had not. It's glass half full, glass full for I think for Berwick. They go to Cheong Park this afternoon to take on a South Croydon outfit who really only played, in my opinion, probably 40 minutes of football in the 3 games so far. Davo, you said that there's a lot of players there, new players that are taking time to gel in that lineup. I agree with that. But what doesn't help them today are some key outs. But is it going to be enough for as good as what Berwick are? They still can't score. And that's the bottom line. They still can only kick 50 to 58 points. It's just not enough. You look at South Croydon, they can still kick their 70, 80 points and still not win. But 70, 80 points in most games in Premier Division each week wins you a game of football. So do the outs of South Croydon give Berwick a chance?
They do. I think the issue is the scoring. And on small grounds like Cheong Park, which is still bigger than some grounds, say like Baldwin, Vermont, Morton Park, you still need to be able to score. And that's, again, the issue with Berwick. They're too focused on a guy like Jai Neal, who put together a great season last year, but teams will probably start to become that little bit more aware of him. He might not have the impact he did last year, which I think I tipped South Croydon in the record. I did have a hard time tipping this game purely because of the outs of the Bulldogs. No Liam Shields from memory, among others as well, amongst the outs. And it looks, again, on paper, a pretty young list, same as Berwick. I think it'll be a toss of the coin game.
But interestingly, Davo, Berwick, they're averaging 341 disposals a game. So it's not like they can't get their hands on the football. But I think one of the more damning stats for them is they're only averaging 11 marks inside 50 over their 3 games. That's not enough to actually kick you a winning game if you don't have a key forward.
No, exactly. And I think it'll be... gone blank there. South Croydon just for me. I think it was at Berwick. I might have gone Berwick, but I'm going to go South Croydon just.
Miller Bergman out of the Berwick side as well.
That hurts them.
Yeah. So both sides haven't won yet, have they?
Oh, I think Berwick have won.
Oh, they've won once. That's right.
Belgrave, their first game.
Put it this way. South Croydon will break their duck this afternoon. We're going to be joined by the coach of East Ringwood very shortly. And what a breath of fresh air that this man has brought to East Ringwood this year. As I welcome him to the broadcast for the first time in season 2026, a very warm welcome to you, Paul Griffith.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate you having me on board.
Paul, we found out early on that when you came to East Ringwood, right, you were determined to change things around and were determined to give East Ringwood a complete makeover in game style and game plan. And from day one, you set a precedent, and so far the players have played exactly the way that you've wanted them to play. You must be happy with the start of the season.
Yeah, very happy. I just spoke at the President's Lunch downstairs, and we were talking about exactly the same thing, that when I came on board, I watched a couple of games last year, watched a fair bit of tape, and looked at the numbers, and was really confident that just with a few tweaks here or there that we could take the game of the club to a new level. So I was super impressed with the way that all the boys, they've been really well coached for 6 years, right? And they've had some success, really good success, really, when you think about it. So for them to be able to let go of that and embrace something different to what they're used to was incredibly pleasing for me, but just shows the character of the group.
Last year, Paul, I mean, my statistics from last year, East Ringwood were around the 286, 296 disposals a match. So far this season, averaging 366 disposals. That's 70 more disposals per game. And I've noticed in your uncontested disposals, 211 as against contested 152. And I put that down to the way that the players are playing the game style, especially with the handball. It's the handball, right, that is really ripping the opposition sides open, and they can't cope with that run. So that's something that you've brought into that side that a lot of other sides are going to find very hard to replicate this season. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's I'm big on footy's got to be fun, right? So you want to have fun. So it's got to be fun to play and fun to watch. And it's a really hard, as you have alluded to, it's a really hard brand to defend and play against. Now, teams will. Like, you're not going to go through, there's no perfect game plan, but as long as our guys are sharing the footy and having fun, then I think that lends itself to really good connection amongst the group, and people are getting a little bit more football and the wings are getting involved, whereas previously I think they were running patterns up and down either side of the ground and not getting a hell of a lot of footy, but they were playing a really important part. Now we're trying to bring them involved in offence, and so far so good.
Well, I looked at it, I thought contest work, East Ringwood have been outstanding for years. They've been great at contests. Their ability to get the ball, that first hands out has been always good. It's been that next hands out that's always been a bit of a problem for them. That's what you've generated. The halfbacks have been running extremely well. Their running patterns have been enormous this year. But the thing that I've been really impressed with, and I just wonder if you've worked on a lot, your defensive structures have been really, really good. I know it helps having some decent talent in there, but the fact is that there are teams that are really struggling to score against you this year, which wasn't exactly the same as last year. Something you've worked on? Yeah,
absolutely. It's so when I first came, I was the tools of offence were the thing that I wanted to adjust, and we focused on that first and foremost. But the whole time when we're coaching offence, we're always talking about how we're setting up behind it. So you're right, we've got some talent, and it's good to have some talent across the park. And I mean, I'm standing here talking to you, taking all the credit, but it's not just me. We've got Blake Pearson, who's an incredibly good forwards coach. Tristan Tweedy's gone to new levels with his coaching this year, and I've got complete trust in him. And then we've got Mitch Walsh taking the midfield. So we collaborate together, and we talk about what's best for the team and what's best for each line and how we can stay connected. And so again, I've got to give a lot of credit to those guys as well.
Paul, obviously a lot talked about in the last couple of months about the inclusion of Stephen May, of course, into the side, who comes back in this week. We know what he can bring on the field, but off the field as well. His leadership must be crucial for some of the younger players coming through the ranks. He's
been incredible. I can't fault him. So from the time he came in, he hadn't trained for a month, and from the first session, from the first training week, he involved himself. He immersed himself in the entire club, the culture, and everything. He's asking questions about the juniors. The juniors were in awe of him straight away, and they still are to some degree, clearly. But he goes out of his way to humanise himself to them, so that then they can have genuine conversations and learn things off him. So they're not. Yes, they might still have an enormous amount of respect for him, but they're not in awe so much that they won't ask questions because he's so approachable to them. So he's been huge. He's been huge.
And having Tristan Tweedy and Blake Pearson as on-field coaches as well, that must be handy to know what they can do from a coaching side of things, but also in terms of their own performance.
Yeah, I think as much as we all back ourselves as coaches to see the game from here, you're never going to see it as well as when you're in the heat of the battle, right? So to have coaches on field in the cut and thrust of everything, and for them to give feedback at the time about what's going on, and I compare that to what I'm seeing with mine eyes and then the numbers, and well, we can get a really good picture of what the game's doing and then adjust accordingly. So, yeah, you're right. It's a bonus to have playing coaches of that calibre.
While we always plan for the now, and we always plan for maybe 5 weeks in advance and whatever it may be, the other thing that's been a little bit different for East Ringwood is this. I looked today and I think you've got 5, maybe 6 players in your team that have played less than 10 games of footy. Yeah. That's exciting for the club, as well as having the experienced players that come in, but that's got to be exciting for you as well.
Yeah, it's funny, every club goes through injuries, right? And we've got them at the moment. So we've got 17 on our list, and 8 of those will walk into the senior team once they're fit. But that's opportunity. Like, everything's about opportunity. We've got a deep list. We've got a lot of young kids who haven't probably got the opportunity in the past that they would have liked, and now they're getting the opportunity. So when they're called on, I'm comfortable they can play the role in any position. And then when and if, and let's cross our fingers and hope the injuries come back, these guys will be underneath, nipping at the heels of the guys in the team. So that kind of competition for spots will only make us better.
Paul, one of the things finally from me, one of the things I've noticed in recent years in terms of bench rotation, especially in your midfielders on ballers, I've noticed that there is now no longer a like-for-like 6 rotating 6 on for 6 off. I almost feel nowadays it's like you're rotating at least 10 to 12 players through that midfield and half back and half forward line. So in essence, they're playing two roles at any given time of the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm big on flexibility.
Yeah.
Like they've got their primary roles and their secondary roles, and I'm comfortable that if they had to go to a third role, that they could fill that for a rotation to give us cover.
Yeah.
So we try and get as many through the midfield as possible. For a number of reasons. You want to keep the opposition guessing, you want to give them different looks, but you also want to give your guys exposure to different positions. What if we do get more injuries? They've got to be able to play in different positions.
So would that be someone like a Marcus Kane who has had a role that's been very different over the years? Suddenly he comes and he plays centre half forward, clearing that forward space, goes into the midfield against Baldwin, takes to their one or two of their best players and his hands out. He's suddenly become invigorated and his different role that he's got to learn to play. And I think is he in leadership this year?
He is, yeah.
What a great story.
Great story. He's very easy to like, and I think when you're a new coach in a new environment, you want to look for leaders who create standards through their behaviours, and he's just elite at that. And I was really pleased that the group voted him in the leadership group. So to recognise that's great. I think in the past he's been sort of fringe, in and out, senior and reserves players, football. But now he comes in, he's got a specific role in his primary and his secondary role, and he's played them both really well.
Well, Paul, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we'll be having you up on pre-match. But look, a fantastic start for East Ringwood in season 2026. So good luck to you for the today and the rest of the season. But thank you for your time now.
Wonderful. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
There you have it. Coach for the East Ringwood Football Club, Paul Griffith, joining us for the first time this season. So I'm thinking that we will keep going, and we were at the. It was a refreshing view from Paul, wasn't it?
I'll tell you two refreshing things. One, I got to speak to a coach that's got as much grey hair as I have, so that's number one. And not as much as Lee, but we're getting pretty close to it. But yeah,
I'd argue that, except it's true.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, like it's always hard for a coach to come up and and try and talk their way through what they're going to do and that sort of scenario. So I think it's kudos to him for coming up and all the coaches for giving up their time. Yeah. We'll keep going. We'll keep going, and finally, we'll just quickly go the last game this afternoon in Premier Division. Doncaster East are at home. They're probably best start into a home and away season for them in 3 years, taking on an undermanned, I feel at the moment, Noble Park.
Yeah, they're a one-man band, I reckon, Noble Park, and that's Lachlan McDonald. He's had a fantastic start to the season. Other than that, he doesn't really have enough support. If Doncaster East drop this game, this is a step back for them because they've started the season off really well. They've won against sides that they're in years gone by they might have slipped up against. They won convincingly last week against South Belgrave. I'd be surprised if they drop this game, Davo.
I would too, and I think they're playing a little bit different style football. You've got Shaki, who obviously is comfortable in his role at the moment. And I think they're going to end up having a reasonable win today. Yeah, look, I think when you look at Doncaster East, I'm actually wondering whether like I said, I think that the thing was with them this year, they've started very well. They've got some experience back into that side, and I sort of feel that this is their best chance, to get to a 4-0 start. But I also think that Steve Hughes defensively, Noble Park is still really sound, but it's forward of the midfield where they just can't take a trick at the moment. They can't find a forward, that can, and that's what's going to hold them back, I reckon. So I think, in honesty, they beat them quite handsomely down there last year by about 40 points. I reckon Doncaster East probably get that job done. Yep, yeah, I agree. What do you reckon, Lee? Shall we take our first break? When we come back, we'll get on to Anthony Fagan from the Blackburn Football Club. But this is Radio Eastern 98.1. This is EFNL Game Day. It's East Ringwood versus Blackburn.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. EFNL Game Day coming to you from East Ringwood Recreation Reserve this afternoon. Big clash between East Ringwood and Blackburn, and only the quick and dead survive here on the media team as Anthony Fagan from the Blackburn Football Club, the coach, joins us. Anthony, an interesting start to the season for Blackburn. Probably not running on all 4 cylinders at the moment. Probably a few lapses in your contests in the opening 3 games. But the players have shown enough character, right, to get themselves out of some sticky situations to record some wins.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think we've played some really good footy. As you said, we've just had some lapses in games. Like last couple of weeks, we've had the game in control. We felt at various stages, and the opposition have obviously worked their way back into the game, but there's also some moments in there we'd like to manage a little bit better. So we're clearly going to need to do a better job of that today, and obviously coming up to an East Ringwood outfit who have been on fire in the first 3 weeks of the season. So at least we feel like we've been playing some really good high-quality footy, just a little bit patchy, which gives us some good growth in some areas that we've got to work on.
Interestingly, I was down there at the when you played Blackburn, Anthony. I went over to your quarter time, and it was a very even first quarter between the two sides, but you articulated to your players there was an area of the ground, especially the fat side, where Vermont just weren't able to cover ground in that when you got the game on your terms. And in the second quarter, you managed to turn that game around, and at one stage it looked like, especially you were going to run away with that game just before half time, but you let Vermont back into it, and in fact Vermont probably had some momentum going through that halfway through that third quarter where they got it back to 8 points. But one player, and I've watched him on the tape and I watched him live that day, but I'm a real rap for this bloke. He gives you everything as Billy Hicks, mate. Those 2 goals he kicked that day right, just on sheer tenacity, I reckon if that doesn't lift your side, I don't know what does. I think he's improved from last year.
Yeah, so, no, you're spot on. I think what's been really critical, if you go back to that game, I thought Vermont is credit to him. I reckon there's been twice that I've seen us get belted in around centre bounce in sort of 2.5 years, and I thought we got a good lesson around centre bounce that day. Probably didn't quite show on the stats or even the scoreboard if you just looked at that, but like Oscar Dunn, he was terrific in the ruck that day, but it was also his craft in the air. And so in the first quarter, we had to fed 20 entries. They had 30 for the rest of the game after that. So it was 1 goal each at quarter time, and I thought our backs did an amazing job to keep us in the game then. And then we felt like if we could get our contest right offensively in the second quarter, we could challenge them with the way they set the ground up, but also the way we can move the footy at various stages. And you're right, like we actually kicked a goal, and one of the boys gave away a free for a push in the goal square, which would have been 6 goals up just before half time. And then they went back and kicked the other one, and we've kind of just not managed those moments well enough to go 6 goals up as opposed to 4 goals up just before half time. And that's a big swing. A bit like even the first quarter last week. Kicked 7 goals in 20 minutes, and they kicked 2 late ones, and a bit undisciplined late in the first quarter. And then as a result of that, all of a sudden South Croydon, they're back in the game. Then they kick one from centre bounce, just a blast kick that bounced it through, and 15 seconds into the second quarter, it's 4 goals in it, kicking with the breeze, and it's game on. So we've got to get a bit better, a bit more discipline, a bit more experience working our way through those critical moments in the game. But I think the most pleasing thing in the last couple of weeks, when the game's been there to win, our boys have really finished the game strongly. So,
exactly.
And you talk about Billy. Like, Billy's only just turned 21 earlier this year, and I think he's been terrific. His ability to impact in and around contest at stoppage, but also his aerial power. He's got great mark above his head, but then he can also go forward. And the 2 goals he kicked against Vermont were critical moments, like great heads-up bit of play to kick the ball 30 metres on the ground and then just outrun his opponent, kick it off the ground.
Not many people have the smarts to do that.
He wouldn't have done that 2 years ago, and that's great growth in his leadership, and now he's taken that next step, not only being a really good player for us, but also a good leader around the footy club.
So we look at last year, and we don't look at the end result. We look at the fact that you've put in a fantastic year. When you came to this season, you looked at your side and you've got a reasonably similar group. There's not a lot of change, but reasonably similar. What are some of the tweaks, because we know we've got to do them, what are some of the tweaks that you put to the group to just give us a different focus maybe for this season?
We're always looking to improve all 3 phases of the game, where it be clearance and contest, which we've actually won more centre bounces than any other team in the comp so far. Well, obviously, scoring goals means you can do that a little bit, but I thought round 1 and also last week was we've done a good job around that. We've gone to work after round 2 against Vermont, learnt some things that they did really well, I thought. And so clearance and contest, like for 2 of the 3 weeks, I thought we've done a really good job of, and continuing to work on the way we can move the ball inside 50. That always changes, like, bring in some young guys that come into the team, like Kai Stewart. He adds another element to that. Young guy who's only 18 at the end of last year, like December birth date. So, but he's got speed, power, he uses the ball well. He started the games really well, pleasing for him to just be consistent throughout the course of the game last week, and he'll probably play a bit higher up the ground today as well with Jack Greenwood, another young guy coming into the team. He's just forced his way in on performance in the last 3 weeks. He's quick, he's tough, he applies good pressure, he's good over his head for his size, so that's going to be really important today. I think you guys would have seen, but East Ringwood clearly the number 1 handball team in the comp. Like, they average 45 more handballs than any other team across the first 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And they are doing it really well though, so it's an area of the game that we need to manage, but if we feel like we get it right, we might be able to exploit some of that and get some good looks going the other way.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about contest and talking about an improvement in contest, especially in the middle, that's an area that East Ringwood have always been really good at. So if you can match that area with them, it doesn't allow that handball out that then sets up their chain, and that's a critical game of today's footy against them, isn't it? Because it's that chain of handball that they've really got going well, isn't it?
Oh, they've done it really well, to their credit. Like, and even look back, I thought Ball's pressure was really good, but maybe there's some tweaks with our system we've tried to train this week. I don't think it's one where you can get to game day and say, we can do this. We've tried to really train it and just get the boys' minds ready for what's coming throughout the course of the week. So we've got to get that right. But also, you look at when we played them last year, like, we're minus 19 in clearance, but our ability to apply great pressure in around the ball was terrific, and then win it back and go and score. Like, we kicked 6 goals out here last year from stoppage losses. But I don't think that's not an area of the game we want to rely on today. A bit different personnel, like Jamie Uren's not playing ruck. Josh Toby's obviously at Port Melbourne. So they're a bit different balance in the team. Obviously, Belo's probably the best, inside mid clearance contest player in the comp. with the Waitmans, obviously have been really strong with the way they've played in the last couple of weeks as well. So we need to make sure we get that part of the game right, and we feel like we've got some avenues in our front half that can really challenge them. I guess a really pleasing start to the season is we haven't been too reliant on any one individual. We feel like we've got multiple avenues to goal that we can use, and like we've kicked a winning score in the first 3 weeks without, we feel like, being right at our absolute best. So we feel like we can tidy up a little bit defensively, but also we've got some opportunities in our front half we look to utilise.
And as you said, Kai Stewart and Greenwood coming in, I agree with you. Watching Kai Stewart, being the left footer he is, he's got an amazing foot for a young kid, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But he's come in, and I notice out here that Horsnell's come back into the side, who's been a regular for the last couple of years. But that's a good part of the game. What you need, isn't it? It's pressure and position. He looks like he's playing a reasonable game out there today because he hasn't dropped it. He's come out and he wants to fight his way back in the comp. It's got to be a great thing for the club that's the sort of attitude that you've got around the group as well.
You're spot on. Like Jacob Epple and Benny Horsnell have been key parts of our team and playing out here today. And, you know, the reality is Jack was just banging the door down and saying pick me sort of thing. So I think from a selection integrity point of view, we needed to reward that. And Kai's obviously, he played well at patches in the first few weeks, but I thought to string it together last week was really important. And I thought just his physicality and his pressure in and around contests was terrific. Laid some great tackles, kicked a stoppage goal through good body work. So good growth in his game from the first couple of weeks last week. So excited to see what he can do, maybe getting up a bit higher up the ground today.
Anthony, we last saw you, of course, on Good Friday in a really good encounter where you were just only a couple of minutes away from getting over the line. The learnings from that game must have been immense against a Baldwin side that obviously won the last two premierships.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought we played really well for 3 quarters of footy. Even the last quarter, we had 13 entries to 10 going inside 50. We just couldn't score. It was tough. There was 2 goals kicked at that end of the ground, which wasn't overly, it was windy, but it wasn't like you can't score at one end. But we had a couple of great looks on goal. We just I'm talking 20 metres out sort of thing. We just couldn't score one to put the game to bed. And there was a couple of moments in the last quarter that we could have done. We would like to execute better, and we've got to manage those moments as has been talked about throughout the course of the game. So in terms of the process of the game, clearly Baldwin kicked quite a few goals, might have been 8 goals in the second quarter. I thought it was you think defensively, where have you gone down? I thought it was our offense and our contest that more so led to the goals as opposed to our back half and our defense. We were losing contest in between the arcs and getting beaten easily, so there was no pressure on the ball, and then Baldwin could go and score easily inside 50. So I think we need to making sure offensively we use there's a bit more width out here than Moreton Park, so we've got to use that well. And if we've got free backs, we need to use them, because if we don't use them, the ball's coming back to us as quick. So that's going to be really important, and therefore allows us to get our contest method right.
And also gaining the experience of Paddy Lawler and Riley Stoddart in recent weeks must be very handy as well after both. While Stoddart an excellent season last year, and Lawler, we know what he can produce on a weekly basis.
Stod won the BNF and Paddy was second with Tobe. So, you get 2 of your best midfielders back in. Stod had 12 clearances last week, 5 in the first quarter. So that was a great start for him. He probably went out of gas, which we thought might happen a little bit late in the game after being sort of a month between games. And Paddy, even in round 2, when I didn't think we played overly well early, we got beaten in around the ball, he set us up in the second quarter against Vermont, Paddy. So he's such an experienced quality player, which all you guys know. And it's great to have him up and going and back in the team. They're going to be really important today.
Anthony, we could sit here all afternoon and talk football with you, but you got a game to go and coach, mate, so we're going to let you go. But look, thanks very much for giving up your time and coming up and being part of the media, our pre-match again. You've always been good with your time, and your thoughts have been always thought-provoking, and you give it, not only us but the listener, a good insight into the Blackburn Football Club and how they go out there on a Saturday afternoon and play football.
No worries. Thanks for guys. Last time we came out here, I thought it was a great game, and that's what I prepped our boys today. We feel like it's going to be a high-quality game of footy, and we're excited by the challenge and that. They're up and about, and hopefully you can all enjoy the call and enjoy the game.
Absolutely.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Fagan from the Blackburn Football Club. Always good to have him on pre-match, as we do every week with all our coaches giving up their time. Yeah. It's a marvellous thing when when you get a chance to talk to the coaches, because they give us great insight, don't they?
It's funny. I'm sitting here listening to the coaches today. I listened to the ones last week and I'm thinking about 20 years ago. And don't get me wrong, nothing against the coaches, but these guys,
they run rings around the coaches of the past, mate.
Their intelligence, their football IQ is just enormous.
Yeah.
As is their ability to to tell us what is really important and what is happening within their club. Just, I'm in awe of them.
All right,
really
gents.
good.
We still got a probably good 10-15 minutes. Let's start going through the rest of the contests this afternoon. And I know we covered the Friday podcast, probably covered a lot of it, so we probably won't need to go into great depths. But look, let's start off just in order. Change of coach at Bayswater, young Ben White taking over. Mooroolbark, look, they don't win out of turn. And for as well as Bayswater, I knew it's going to be a struggle for them this year. Mooroolbark, they don't win out of turn, and they probably won't win out of turn today.
No, I agree. Look, I agree. Sugar hit with the coach. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
It's a sugar hit for a new coach. Doesn't last long. I think Mooroolbark get the win.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Interesting contest down at Home Park, only in the fact that Beaconsfield are a difficult side to beat, regardless of where they are on the ladder at the moment. But I think Park Orchard's packed too many guns for them at the moment. Beaconsfield, a new side under a new coach, probably learning the tricks of the trade under the new coach, and probably a little bit undermanned, Davo, from previous years.
Definitely, and I think, look, Park Orchards aren't travelling on all four cylinders either at the moment. So I think it'll be a tough contest, but I think Park Orchards just get over the line for me.
Yeah, Park Orchards for me. Liam Cridland's a good inclusion as well into the lineup. So Sharks out at Home Park Reserve, Brush.
Another side that has probably started real slowly this year and is Boronia. They're away at Mullum this afternoon against Norwood, and Boronia just in recent times, and I'm going to put it out there, but I reckon they're missing the 80 disposals a week between Brasher and Malice that they had last year. But that being said, there's still a heap of quality in that side, and for as much as what Norwood have improved this season from last season so far, I think Boronia just a little bit more classy and probably get the win here.
I think they get the win, and again, Norwood are improving and will have a win this year, but it won't be today.
Yeah, I think they'll challenge, as they always do, for 2 or 3 quarters, but Boronia's class should shine through.
Interesting clash, and I think this is probably one of the matches of the round down at Walker Reserve this afternoon. It's Wantirna South taking on Montrose. Pardon me. And when we talk about this, I was thinking about this after listening to the podcast yesterday. And I was looking for 2 players that have had the biggest impact in Premier Division and in Division 1. In Premier Division, I reckon it's been Blake Pearson. I think any of the other 9 sides in Premier Division, he makes them a better side. And in Division 1, the return of Lincoln Wong to the Wantirna South. I think he's probably been the most influential for any side in Division 1 this year, averaging nearly 35 possessions a game, doesn't miss a beat, plays in the midfield, knows he plays in and out, and he just fits the Wantirna South outfit to a T, Davo. Montrose are just going, but at the moment, defensively and midfield, I'm a bit iffy. They look slow in the midfield, but they're struggling with forwards, Montrose.
Well, their midfield should get a bit of help as well today.
Why is
that?
The Big O is back.
Is he?
He's back with Montrose. I saw it last night after Blake Tennant hacked the EFNL Facebook page and posted on the Big O was Oscar
Where
Macken.
are they going to play him? Full forward? Because they need someone to kick goals because LaPlante's just not playing.
I think their ruck, Jack Diedrich, is out at the moment due to injury. So, I think he should come into ruck. And that's massive inclusion, though, for Montrose. They needed him this week against a guy like Jake Dinez. I don't think it'll be enough to get them over the line.
Davo, Wantirna South seem to have a vein of riches in their forward 50 and many more options than at the moment Montrose have got in their forward 50. Is that going to be the difference between the 2 sides today?
I think it'll be the ultimate difference. I think the reality is that I think Montrose defensively are a good side and they actually defend well and run the ball well out of defence. Fraser Smith's been a great pickup for him in that defensive area. But so as I said yesterday, with Wantirna South, they've got forwards that when they're on, they don't kick 4, they kick 7.
Yeah.
and they got 3 or 4 of them in there. So it's not as if one is always being looked at. So I think they'll just be too strong. And I agree 100% with you. Lincoln Wong, recruit of the year at this stage for quite a few divisions. And as you said, Blake Pearson's been fantastic here, but Lincoln Wong's been a huge inclusion for him.
He's been massive.
Right, and probably the match of the round is at Walker Park in Mitcham. Oof. And as they take on North Ringwood, Mitcham have done absolutely nothing wrong since they've dropped back down into Division 1. They've done exactly what you want to do when you've come back down from Premier.
Yeah.
Stamp your imprimatur on the competition early and don't and play a brand of football that's Premier Division style. And at the moment, they're playing that type of football. North Ringwood, for mine, they're the sleeping giant.
They are.
They are the sleeping giant. And pound for pound, I reckon there's one young player I love in this side, and that's Begg. Aidan Begg. Mate, he's the prototype ruckman of the future. He runs, he's got stamina, he runs like a gazelle, and he can kick goals, he can play any position, but more importantly, he knows how to ruck, Davo.
Look, I think we talk about Mitchener and Fogarty at Templestowe.
Yeah.
I reckon North Ringwood have got a similar one, which is Begg and Rice.
Yeah.
I reckon Kieran Rice he's stood up to an enormous level this year. I still think Wanty South are my sleeping giant.
Yep.
But they're probably not a giant. They're sleeping and they'll crawl their way up. But I fancy North Ringwood today. I think they match up well. I think they've got some real strengths, and I've got a funny feeling they're going to get over the line today.
I do give North Ringwood a chance. What we saw a couple of weeks ago, they were impressive in the second half against Park Orchards. They'll need to do that for a bit longer against the Mitcham side, who were equally as impressive, if not more, against Boronia when we saw them in that Sunday match of the round to start the season for both of them. I've purely backed Mitcham because it's at Walker Park. If it was at Quamby, I would have backed in North Ringwood, no doubt. But because it's at the home of the Tigers, I've got them in this contest.
Mitcham for mine by about 2 goals. Let's quickly go through Division 2. Croydon are at home to Templestowe, and Templestowe for mine, they deserve favouritism, and I think whilst Croydon have been impressive with their 2-1, I don't think they match up well enough against Templestowe this afternoon.
No. They've won both games by kicking 6 goals, I think, so it's not enough against Templestowe to win this one.
Yeah.
East Burwood taking on Lilydale. Now, this is probably... In essence, this probably could be the closest game of the day, mainly because neither side can score goals.
No.
And East Burwood, once again, they're a side defensively that are very good, but they just can't put it on the scoreboard. Lilydale came near, but so far for them last week. They don't travel well, Lilydale, and I think East Burwood, I reckon they'll just fall in here, Davo, a goal.
I think if Wills doesn't kick goals, they don't know where they're going to come from.
Yeah.
And he has had a good start to the year. I do like Lilydale. I like what they're doing.
Yeah.
I like the way they're going about it. They've got a big inclusion in Evans, centre half back. He's
very
a huge inclusion for them. I'm tipping them as an upset today.
I'm going to back in East Burwood, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see the final result and Lilydale have gotten over the line. It's one of those games, Brash.
Yeah, H.E. Parker this afternoon sees Heathmont taking Scoresby. And I know a lot has been spoken about both these sides, but I'm going to sum it up in a nutshell, because I think Heathmont win this game and they win it comfortably. They'll win by about 6. I reckon Heathmont will win by at least 50 points this afternoon.
Yeah, obviously much talked about some of the inclusions for Scoresby, and I think it's a genuine coin toss this game. I think Heathmont can win. Equally, Scoresby, it'll be interesting to see how those new recruits go. Still having a hard time picking this game, to be honest, because it's two sides, and it's a Scoresby side that I know will be very eager to get on the board, Davo.
Yeah, they will, but I think they've got a couple of key outs. De Geest out.
Yeah.
They've also
Walnarek.
Walnarek. Bailey hasn't come back.
No.
Hare hasn't come back. That hurts them. I just think Heathmont's midfield with Appleby, Green and Mullinger McHugh is just going to be too strong for Scoresby. I think they'll win.
Surrey Park at home take on Ringwood, an undermanned Ringwood, I feel, with their line-up. Surrey will rebound after last week's loss.
Yeah, bringing Summers back in really helps. Losing their fullback, Jack Woods, doesn't help. But I think Jackson was a key out for Ringwood, so I think Surrey Park will bounce back.
Yeah, agreed.
And finally, match of the round in Div 2 this afternoon sees Mulgrave travel to Mount Waverley to take on the Waverley Blues. Very close contest. Always these two games. There's a little bit of there's a bit of spice always when these two play. Mulgrave have started the season in ripping form. Waverley Blues had to play a last quarter last week to get themselves out of a jam, but I think Mulgrave are just going that little bit better at the moment.
I do, I agree. I think that they are the smoky in the competition if they don't get injuries. They get, what's his name, back this week?
Roberts
is back in, so that helps.
Yep.
I think they're going to be too strong today.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's go through Division 3. Upper Gully are at home to Coldstream. I think Upper Gully are going well enough to win this.
Yeah, I do. I think Coldstream have certainly bounced back from their first round, but I think they're going to come out and win.
Yeah.
Upper Gully, I agree.
Yeah. Knox need to win this afternoon. They're taking on a very undermanned and youthful Ferntree Gully. Things haven't gone their way early in the season. They need a win just for confidence, I reckon.
I agree, and it's so important for them to get up. They've got too many experienced players, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I think they're just going to get up over the line.
A lot of changes in that Knox lineup in comparison to their last game, which I think gives Ferntree Gully a sniff. Of course, Heritage round, wearing their magnificent Heritage Guernsey. They're really good, but I expect Knox to get over the line in this contest.
Basin, they've started well this season. They're taking on Oakley Districts, who are in my opinion, they're completely out of sorts at the moment.
Yeah.
Until they can sort themselves out, Oakley District, I can't see them winning, putting a consistent performance. Basin have started well. They've recruited well during the mid-season. They had the bye. They came out, did a number on Upper Gully first up. I reckon they're right in it this year, the Basin.
Yeah, but Basin will be good. Dane Swan will have to play midfield, full forward, centre half back to win them the game.
Yeah.
I think he's good, but he's not that good.
No.
But I feel sorry for Oakley Districts in what's happened to them, but that's reality in footy these days. I think Basin will be too good.
Yeah, Basin for me, even with Swanee in for the district.
Well, Sylvan have overcome their hoodoo, winning away from Sylvan, but unfortunately I can't see them improving their away form again, because they're taking on a Donvale side who are playing a different type of game on another planet at the moment.
They literally are. I think...
I can't... I'm sorry, that's about the only way I can, because they are nearly... honestly, they're 15 goals better than nearly any other side in this comp at the moment, Davo.
They are. Look, they have played a couple of the lower teams, but
how many more lower teams
are
there?
Well,
it's true.
I suppose when you're sitting on the top, everybody's a lower team than you. The reality is that, like, the Rousers out this week, maybe that's for a rest.
Yeah,
I'm
give
not
him a
sure.
rest.
Yeah.
But they look too strong. But Sylvan will give them a bit of a run. It'll give an idea of where Sylvan sit. But yeah, I think you can't.
I reckon Sylvan would be satisfied, gentlemen, if they walked away with a 60-point loss.
I agree. I agree.
So,
it'll be interesting to see the end result of that game, no doubt.
Yeah, okay, there's quick. We've got 2 minutes left. Fair Parker at home to Bulleen Temp. Interesting contest. Bulleen Temp, I reckon, will be in this game for a long, long time. I just think Fair Park get over the line, but I don't think it'll be a margin. I think it'll be 18 points.
This is a good contest, I must admit. The match of the round at the Division 4 level, I think Fair Park, though, at home should get over them.
I agree. I think they're going to be too good, but a good game.
The other two games, there's 3 other games, but I think Kilsyth, they'll do what they need to do this afternoon to take care of Forest Hills, and I think Chirnside will equally be doing the same job on Nunawading, and that's no disrespect to those two sides, but unfortunately that's the way the form is showing at this particular stage. Interesting contest here. Doncaster coming off the bye. against Warrandyte, who also kicked over 200 points. But I reckon this game could be a little bit closer than what it looks.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be closer, but I agree. Warrandyte to win this one.
Warrandyte to win as well.
Yep, Warrandyte. And that's pre-match done for this afternoon here at East Ringwood Reserve. When we come back, the call team assemble for the big game between East Ringwood and Blackburn.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to East Ringwood Reserve for the Eastland Match of the Round. It is the Roos taking on the Burners in a big Premier Division clash out here at East Ringwood Reserve. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the AFNL, joined by Jared Beanland, Brett Davidson, Wayne Brescia, Paul Uconi and Josh Ward on the boundary today. Jared, I'll start with you to welcome you onto the broadcast. Our first game calling this season. I'm sure you're looking forward to a big Premier Division clash for it.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Brilliant to be here at East Ringwood Reserve. A great spot for calling as well, and two teams that we're expecting to see quite a lot of this year, I would imagine, going deep into the finals, and some big names as well that I'm really keen to be calling with you this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly right. It is Pat Cronin Foundation round as well, which currently out on ground level. If you're watching home on YouTube and Facebook, they have a medal for both sides, a player selected from the winner and loser, so there will be that in the senior game as well today. We'll also give out our Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award, but more on that a little bit later. Brett Davidson, great to have you out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Fantastic pre-game and looking forward to getting to this.
Yes, Ryan, I certainly am looking forward to this. It's going to be a great contest. Two contrasting styles. Great coach. The coaches were fantastic today.
Yep.
Just to listen to the way they want to play their football and how they want to go about it. They're both well coached. It'll be a a cracking contest, I think.
Yep.
Really excited.
Absolutely. I did hear from Paul inside the rooms at their lunch today. Spoke really well. Spoke with the two skippers for East Ringwood and Bilo and Delaney, which was great. Wayne Brasher, great to have you back. I've missed you in the last couple of weeks, Brash.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, look, I always loved me Premier Division, but I also love being part of the EFNL. You know, there's nothing better on a Saturday afternoon than coming and watch local football.
Yep.
It's just, you know, when you live in the area like I have for nearly 60 years and there's local footy, you can't not want to go to it, and being part of it every week is, it's manna to the soul, mate.
Yeah, certainly. Paul Uconi, great to have you back in the Stats Centre this afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, certainly is great to be here, fellas. It's going to be a cracking matchup between two sides, as mentioned earlier. We're going to see a lot of this year, and it's going to be an exciting contest.
Yeah, I think we certainly are going to see a fair few of, see these two sides a fair few times across the season. They're both potential finalists this year. Blackburn coming off a grand final. East Ringwood have been the dominant force, and I'm sure you would have discussed a fair bit about that in the pre-game, about just how dominant they've been, and particularly up forward. It's an exciting one to watch for the first time live.
Well, Coach Anthony Fagan said that one of the differences was that they were hoping to sort of try and cut down on the way that East Ringwood moved the ball through handball. There at the moment, there's nearly an 80 handball difference between the two sides average. I think East Ringwood are averaging 187 handballs a game as against Blackburn's 101. And when you look at that differential, Davo, even to try and chop that in half on a game means that Blackburn really do have to play a different type of contest this afternoon to try and stop that, aren't they?
Well, we talked about the fact that they're going to have to stop the hands out of the contest, because if they can limit the amount of ball out of the contest that East Ringwood are able to start, and that means that they've got to work really hard on Bello, really hard on the Waitmans, these guys. If they can do that and come out at 50% each, then that will stop the handball. But it's the run from everywhere that East Ringwood have been getting, and well drilled, well run. And I do like the idea that you look at their forward line. You can afford to lose Will Phillips this week. He can go back to Collingwood last night, because you get a bloke called Stephen May that comes into your side that just happens to be able to sit down in the forward line, and he's only a small competitor to get over the line with. But then you got someone like Blake Pearson who comes back to the club and is just, as I said, forwards coach now, his experience, he just knows where to go. I just love the fact that they got options everywhere. Will McRae jumps up, he's kicked a couple of threes and a 4, I think, in his game. So, yeah, they've certainly got a potent forward line.
Not even to mention Josh Fox, of course.
He's
one of the spearheads.
You bring Fox and May back into the side, you're actually potentially going 42 points.
Oh, 100%.
Well, yeah, it's a fantastic lineup. And let's go down the boundary. We've got Josh Ward. We've got Zach Sharp down there for the first time as well. Josh, how are the conditions out on ground level?
Yeah, really good conditions. Zach's just down here to keep an eye on things as well.
He's keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, well, he knows me all too well, Brash and Davo. So, no, it's good to have him on the team and good to be down on ground level. It's really good underfoot. East Ringwood have won the toss and will be kicking to the Mount Dandenong Road end, or to the right of your broadcast, Blackburn to the left. And there is a bit of a breeze heading towards the right. But I did notice in the reserves and 19s it was swirling around a little bit. So we'll wait and see if it favours any side. But looking forward to this game. I've backed in East Ringwood as well, fellas.
Yeah, I think the other thing is too, I think for Blackburn, they can't afford to have a 15-20 minute spell where they don't get their hands on the ball, because East Ringwood will punish them, and they could put the game out of reach real early if they hit the scoreboard, gentlemen.
I'll tell you what, I don't think we've had, I don't know whether they'll go to each other, but if Wooler and Tweedy match up, what a match-up that'll be if it does eventuate. But I think that's probably the area, because while I think they've got some good goal kickers, Blackburn, I think defensively this is where East Ringwood have been at their best this year. They've defended incredibly well.
I think also, Ryan, with regards to that, I reckon the opposition coaches have done a bit more homework on Wooler during the off-season, because he hasn't been as dominant, and he's not the thing is, he hasn't had that wow factor this year. Tweedy's going to be a really, really difficult match for him this afternoon if he happens to head down that way.
Well, here we go. We're all set to go for the Premier Division match of the round. East Ringwood taking on Blackburn.
Harry and Llewellyn start things off in the ruck contest. No clear winner just yet. Stoddard works his way to the coalface, gets the snapping kick around to Lawler, who grabs it, tried to shrug the tackle, just able to get it to Will Oglethorpe. Kick to half forward, spills over the boundary line.
Well, at least they won the centre clearance. That was an early win there for Blackburn.
And Stoddard's been in form and he's been playing, so that's a good start for him as well.
100%. I think he's going to be very important today to combat the power of the Waitmans and James Bealow in the middle. Harry and Llewellyn go at it again. Spills free. And it's Bealow to try and get it away, just held up, got it to Waitman, however. Blackburn trying to apply the clamps, but Kane gets it to Waitman. Full forward contest. Fox just spills himself over at the crucial moment. And it's gone over the line. Kieran Hubbard to bring this back in, Ryan.
Let's go down the boundary, Josh Ward.
And just on that Toby Wooler matchup, it is Tristan Tweedy who's got the job on him.
Thank you, Josh, as the mark is taken in the back line here by Tom Maher. In the long sleeves today in warm conditions. He's kicked towards the far side. There is Tweedy. Picks it off with one hand. Not as impressive as his mark of the year attempt last week as he goes inside 50. Chance of Pearson for the first of the afternoon. Blake Pearson gets East Ringwood on the board in the opening minute and a half. 1-1-7 the Roos. Blackburn, no score.
I don't know about you, but that was Tweedy taking a one-hand bring in, putting it down to Pearson, who took a one-hand, drop it onto his foot. It was a little bit too easy, wasn't it?
Yeah,
a little bit too easy.
Yeah, it did. It almost looked like, at that stage, there was a sense of inevitability that they were going to kick a goal then, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised that Josh Fox whiffed it on that first attempt. Anyway, back in the centre, Harry taps it down. Llewellyn bowled over.
So this is where Blackburn can take some advantage. Harry is going to dominate the ruck.
Yeah.
He's really got to make it count.
Yeah, no Henry this year for East Ringwood, unfortunately for them, but Bealow's able to feed it out. The kick goes forward, just clears the pack. Now Blackburn just trying to will their way out of defence. Wood's going to take the grab. We know what he's capable of in the air. He sends it inside forward 50, but right into the waiting arms of Zach McGowan, new player for East Ringwood this year. Gets it out to Sam Walsh in the pocket, and East Ringwood will exit from defence.
So Walsh with the footy for the Roos. They'll go towards the scoreboard on the far side of the ground here. Clearing pack. Out the back there is Curran for Blackburn. Got his hands off. Under a bit of pressure was Worm. Spun around on the right boot forward. Sport from behind by Tweedy. There's the Roos through Walsh. Back to Delaney. And his handball across the line. So we'll get a boundary thrown on the far side.
Worm's had a good start to the year too with Blackburn. I think he's been averaging around 25, 26 possessions and taking around 8, 9 marks. So he's had a good start. He's going to have to play real well today, though.
Yeah, expect him to find some of the footy today as Stoddard with the clearance forward. Tweedy's at the back, couldn't quite take the mark, trapped the footy. Is he in trouble? No, it's a ball up inside 50.
So far, I think they've probably had 3 inside 50s. All of them have been long, deep, and to no one.
So we'll see if that adjust comes in the opening few minutes as Delaney's long kick out of defence bounces and stays alive, stays in for Hubbard. Hubbard trying to get off the Worm, socket it off the ground, works out okay. He ends up receiving it again and going towards the top of the square. Spalled from behind again by the Roos. There's Stoddard, tried to tap that forward. Snap around the corner from Hicks is a minor score. But Blackburn on the board with one behind. East Ringwood 1-1-7. 4 minutes into this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, that's what we liked about Hicks. That's the sort of work that they really like him doing now. Not just in the air, but on the ground as well.
Gee, it's a decent bandage there on Paddy Lawler.
Yeah, I wonder what happened.
It started
with
it on, so which is odd.
Doesn't want his hair to get into his eyes, I suppose.
He's got no hair. That's the problem.
Might have had a knock last week, and it's just protection.
Potentially. Damon Delaney, familiar job with the kick in, but fluffs his lines there and kicks it straight to Toby Wooler. And if you've ever gotten a gift in a game of footy, he'd be feeling the way Toby Wooler's feeling right now. He has to convert.
Yeah, that's about that situation with scoreboard pressure of keeping you in the game. So this is one to make sure they've got.
Toby Wooler, he is an absolute powerhouse forward for Blackburn. 61 goals last year, former Carlton VFL player. He's going to be the man to stop. He's got the matchup with Tristan Tweedy. He comes in, stabs at it, and it's gone through.
Yep.
The Burners are on the board. 1-1-7 apiece.
We've got a number 39 for Blackburn who's come on, and we don't have a 39 on our list, so we might need to. And he's gone defence.
That was actually a very good, that was important for Blackburn. Even though they took some time off the clock, they managed to held the ball in their forward 50 and were able to create a scoring opportunity based on a turnover.
So back in the middle they go in the direction of Stephen May. Just overdid the kick. He'll be chasing this one. Ends up with the footy. Picks it up cleanly off the left boot. Almost hits up a target. It's a holding free kick. Oof. And the Roos have a chance to go back and put through their second, and the quick reply through Will McRae, who's had a fantastic start to the year himself.
Last year Will McRae couldn't get a game in East Ringwood, seeing as he basically played the majority of the season in reserve. So kudos to him to actually work his way back into probably what is a much harder lineup this year.
Yeah, he's kicked multiple goals each game. McRae comes in looking for his first, and East Ringwood second. Off the right boot towards goal, judges it nicely. The Roos get the quick reply. 2-1-13 to 1-1-7. Let's go down to the boundary with Josh Ward.
We have a late inclusion for Blackburn. So number 39 is Lucas Tovey. He's come in for 25, Fraser Elliott.
Thanks there, Josh.
We can expect Lucas Tovey, Lucas Tovey to take the ruck contest occasionally. Here's a second ruck option. We'll be giving Harry a bit of a chop out when needed. But back into the middle we go. Can Blackburn respond to this East Ringwood ascendancy? Waitman goes over. Still in dispute. Now Dorian fed it out to Bujaya. Leading target in the pocket. It just went over his head. It was Charlie Oglethorpe. No clean possession just yet. It's come to Hicks. Snap around the body. It was a good centering kick. Under duress was Sam Walsh. Delaney crashes through. Oh, a hack kick out. Very lucky that Seymour was there for East Ringwood, and now they're just going to march their way out of defence. Very little pressure. It was Lockie Geimer, sends it into the forward line. Josh Fox just spilt it. Winter tackled, spills it. Now it's come to Hinkley. Tries to get the handball free. There's Tovey. The late inclusion. His kick was utterly wayward. And Hannon Mundy will be given a shot at goal.
They're probably unlucky not to get a free kick there, 2 occasions, East Ringwood, but that was enough pressure to put on the Blackburn backman to create that turnover with a poor kick.
Yeah, it was not particularly composed
in the
defence from Blackburn. You can see they're nervy early on because they know what they're up against. Hannon Mundy for East Ringwood will come in, kicks it directly on the arc. It's a high ball. It's just going to drift to the right.
See, that kick was bringing rain, I reckon.
Paul in the stat centre.
Yeah, some of the key stats early on, the clearances are 4-3 the way of East Ringwood, and the inside 50s are 5 apiece.
Thanks there, Paul, in the stat centre this afternoon.
Quality of those inside 50s have been very different, though.
Yeah, that's true, as Blackburn themselves look to clear this one out. Now through Riley Winter. Long kick down the line. Damon Delaney coming in there to spoil. Did very well. It was picked up by Harry Nolan. It was wrapped up immediately. Right in front of us, broadcast side. 2-2-14 plays 1-1-7. East Ringwood leading. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM in our Facebook and YouTube streams as Waitman's wrapped up by Bajaya. Up they go again. Harry with the tap down. Doing well, Bajaya. Harry socket off the ground into a bit of space. It's an important ball to be won. Socket off the ground there by Layla. Off the right boot, Carmody turned it over. Kicked 5 goals in the first quarter last week. Ball comes back out. Here's a chance now for the Roos inside 50. Quick transition, and Stephen May's got it.
Tell you what, Lockie Guyman's kick then was absolutely perfect. There was no way known that the Blackburn defender was going to stop that. That was really class working through the middle then.
A high quality kick. And now the big man, Stephen May, who's come straight from the Melbourne Football Club this season, looking for his first of the afternoon. He slotted into this East Ringwood side very nicely. Stephen May comes in and kicks the Roos third, and he's first of the afternoon. 3-2-20 to 1-1-7.
And basically, Davo, the reason why East Ringwood are in front at the moment is because they've created enough pressure on turnover on Blackburn and have been a lot more clinical with their decision-making and kicking the ball to position.
Yeah, and their forward line's been really open, whereas Blackburn's been high kicks into the forward line, easy to defend.
Back into the middle. We see Tovey go up against Llewellyn. Bajaya just lost it in the mess there. Seymour extracts it, able to feed the handball out. Hannon Mundy was in there as well. Blackburn, they go to ground. Bodies fly. Llewellyn ends up with it, trying to release Waitman. Not able to do so, but this time the kick goes inside forward 50. The kick was targeting May. Spills to ground, fighting hard for it was Webster. He's going to be buried in the tackles though. Holding the ball.
That's tough. I mean, how's he supposed to get it out when you've got three blokes sitting on top of you? But that's the rule, isn't it? And you know you're there, so you've got to try.
It was Pryor at some point, I suppose. Kai Stewart over to Curran. I liked Curran's work defensively in the game that I saw them play against South Croydon. Watching the vision. Bajaya, a little bit of indecision, takes the regulation down the line kick. But Tweedy was able to cut that one off as he's able to do so well. The familiar sight, the handlebar moustache, and the long sleeves. Down to half forward for East Ringwood, but Blackburn will win it back. Tovey goes to ground on hands and knees, and he's able to get the handball away to Lawler. We're working on the outer side here. Great little tap there by Greenwood. Sends his team forward. Dorian has to get a scrubbing ball inside forward 50. Was never going to reach a target, however. East Ringwood to rebound again. Great deflective work by them in their defensive lines. May has worked his way up to hit the ball at speed. Just able to gain some territory, but Seymour lost a handle on it, and it spilt over the boundary line just at the arc and the boundary line.
Dave, seven disposals there for Blackburn to move the ball 30 metres, only to turn it over in their forward 50.
This is what's hurting them. Their work inside forward 50 is really hurting them at the moment.
So still a chance here for the Roos. Seymour, was he held? He
was.
And now another set shot on goal for the Roos. And an opportunity to put themselves 19 points up just 13 minutes into this first quarter. So Felix Seymour started off well today.
Well, I've already backed the winner today, Ryan, and they played it 3 weeks ago.
At Roval South Belgrade, part of the round 4 fixtures. Seymour comes in off the left boot, long kick towards goal, and just hits the post, slamming into the woodwork. I was about to say there's a beautiful kick off the boot, but just a minor score, 3-3-21 to 1-1-7 as play continues, and the turnover from the kick in. Waitman got the handball off to Pearson. Pearson towards the top of the square, getting a hand to it, Fox. A lot of pressure here for Blackburn's defence. Worm. There's a high kick in hope. Seymour's underneath this one. Collides with his teammate, still takes the mark. Probably a little bit too far out for his liking, so he put it towards the top of the square in the direction of May. Got a hand to it out the back. Fox, goal for the Roos. 4-3-27. Blackburn 1-1-7. And Blackburn under a ton of pressure.
So there's the difference.
Yeah.
If you're going to put it high to the contest, put it to the top of the square, so if the ball does drop, you've got runners onto it.
They had 3 up there in Blackburn.
They had 3 up there in Blackburn, and there's a bit of panic in the defensive area at the moment. That was a panic kick out, high in the air. I'll tell you what, young Seymour, I had a look, he's only played 10 games, I think, 11. This is the 11th game. He looks a real fine, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So back at the coalface, we will get a secondary ball up by the looks of it. Concerning signs for Blackburn, obviously, even more so given the 4 single goal scorers, May, McRae, Fox and Pearson, all getting on the board. They have to contain at least some of them as East Ringwood will go forward again. The kick was slightly overcooked and Hinckley very happy to take that mark, sent it out to the wing. Wood has worked his way up. And assessing these options, and they're making hard work of their transition, Blackburn. East Ringwood have set up really well. Lawler presented and took the mark, and not much territory was gained there. Paddy Lawler, former Box Hill Hawk, and smothered, ricocheted back into him. He's got another shot at the ball, able to feed it off to Stewart. Had to wait for it, did Warm, got it back to Stewart, and now it's been disrupted. And East Ringwood will win the ball back, not quite for Matthews over the boundary line. Blackburn making a meal of that, Paul.
Yeah, East Ringwood really starting to get on top of the clearances here. That's where a lot of the scores are coming out of, 7-4, and the tackles are 7 apiece.
That is classical frontal pressure, what you saw then. Players coming up in a line. Magnificent.
Llewellyn able to get the tap down, but only to his opposing ruckman Warm with a tumbling kick. Spoiled away by Dylan Bealow. But it's going to be retained by Blackburn. Oglethorpe sent his man into a world of hurt as Hicks was wrapped up.
Well, they get no space for Blackburn forwards. Absolutely no space.
There's Tovey. Down to Dorian. Quick kick inside forward 50. Went over the head of Wood. Tweedy waiting dutifully behind the contest. Able to kick it out, but it was wayward. Will Oglethorpe. Kick and a half from goal. Where to from here? It's a saturated forward line, and he's just overcooked it. East Ringwood to transition from defence.
So they do towards us on the broadcast side. There's Stephen May, who's been good to start this game, of course. Takes the mark here for the Roos. Down the line he goes, looking for Fox. And over the back, the mark is taken here for the Burners, and just under a fair bit of pressure at the moment as Winter moves into a dangerous area. It works out okay. Harry takes the mark. He gets it off to Stoddard. Stoddard now inside 50. They've got 2 plays.
There's a whistle.
It's coming back. Geez, that is unlucky if it's not advantage, because you had Dorian over the top. You had Carmody there. So the whistle did go earlier.
No, I think it was the wrong person that took the kick.
Oh, okay.
You can take advantage from that, though, can't you? Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, intercept marks so far in this game are 5-4 in favour of East Ringwood.
Thanks, Paul.
Very unlucky for Blackburn. That was the one time they actually had an open forward line.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now East Ringwood have had a chance to set themselves up. So the kick's going to be taken by Worm. He puts this towards the half-forward flank. Bounces across the line. We'll get a boundary throw in. 4-3-27 East Ringwood. 1-1-7 Blackburn. 18 minutes gone in the first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So East Ringwood have set up an umbrella defence. They will not allow Blackburn to go through the middle at all with their defensive setup at the moment.
No.
Ball back into play. Mundy to resume the ruck contest. Gets it out to Bealow. Fed out again. East Ringwood with the run. 2-on-2 situation just over the head of May. He's got Hinckley for company. Try to wrestle him off the ball. Little handball over the head by Pearson, but it ended up with Tovey. Throw on the part of Tovey. Pearson earned that free kick. Former Norseman, former Oakley District coach as well, of course. At the crook of the arc and the boundary. Sent it to the goal square. Where's the wrestle? Who's the target? It just spills out the back. Oh, smothered. Great forward line pressure. This could be a turnover. No. Bajaya releases Greenwood onto the wing. And just telling them to slow it down. The Blackburn man out there.
This just allows East Ringwood to get back and defend.
I was just saying, thinking that, Davo.
Needed to roll the dice a little bit. And there is the setup from East Ringwood. And that is exactly what's going to happen. The stopper was able to pass it to James Bealow. A low tumbling ball. Working his way in front was Hinckley. That was good work by him. Got it to Salmon. Now Kai Stewart. There's a man on the wing here. It was a runner, but actually now Dorian has an opponent for company. Loops it over the top to Lawler. Has to make a quick decision with this one. On the outside of the right, he kicked it. Bouncing ball. Gee, there's disorganisation in the forward line. A lot of pressure coming from East Ringwood as well. They just don't know which way is up, Blackburn forwards. And East Ringwood to be credited for that. It's a ball up at the arc and the boundary. Harry taps it down. Seymour trying to feed it out, had to delay the handball, got it to Mundy, and escaping the contest with very little pressure again. Taking a bounce is Webster. One-on-one contest, great mark taken by Josh Fox. Little bit of a ways from home, gets it to Seymour, who's outflanked his opponent. And now a low chiseling ball to the free man. And it's McRae. Will McRae has already kicked 1 goal for the day. 9 goals for the year so far, 10 in fact.
And that's what Blackburn need to look at that and see. This is how we need to bring the ball in. We need to go short. We need to transition across. Maybe just hit up the short target. Stop trying to put the ball in deep all the time.
That's because they've been so reliant on Wooler and Woods. That's why.
The kick will come from directly on the arc once more, and he's going to curl it back in. No, not quite. It just fell short. Blackburn able to deflect. Paul, in the stat centre.
Inside 50 marks at the moment are 3-1 in favour of East Ringwood.
So 4-4-28 to 1-1-7. 21 minutes gone in this first quarter. Curran now for the Blackburn side, going long towards the outer wing. And stepping across the line there, Dylan Beeler, happy to see it out right in front of the Ringwood Mazda sponsor sign.
So have a look at how they come down now, and they see how you cannot go through the middle now. They cannot go through the middle, Blackburn.
Mundy is the spare man there guiding that corridor spot.
The ball back into play. Tapped down that time from Harry. Chasing that first was Ainsworth, but East Ringwood win out. The handball there cut off by Ainsworth. As he gets it off in time, McAdory. No, he doesn't. He's holding the ball. So free kick here for the Roos. They'll play on this straight away. Here's Beelo. Beelo towards their forward half. Out of bounds on the full.
Lawler playing as the deepest forward currently for Blackburn, which is interesting. Probably try to get some speed on the lead.
So it'll be Lucas Tovey to take the kick here for the Burners. Short option. Fine Salmon. He sticks across the boundary line. Another mark there, taken by Billy Hicks this time. Looks to go inbound. Taking the game on. It's a poor kick in the end. It's cut off by Geimer, and they're off now. Going forward, Matthews gets a handball back off to Seymour. Seymour can finish from here. Seymour does. And Seymour puts through East Ringwood's 5th. 5-4-34 to 1-1-7. I like him, Davo and Brash.
So I'm sorry, Davo and I were looking at each other because the one thing I'm thinking is every time Blackburn are getting absolutely torched on the turnover here. Every mistake they make, East Ringwood are absolutely torching them.
Yep.
And look at that kick was just way too high in the middle to allow them to be intercept then. The idea was okay.
Exactly. Execution just poor. Harry to go up, just rips it out of the ruck contest. Stoddard overwhelmed. Beelo trying to break his way through, but turns it over. Answorth, a low chiseling option. Now McAdorian hands it out. Curran couldn't quite control it. Meeting it hard was Tweedy. East Ringwood just able to win possession back. Llewellyn ends up with it. Another handball over the top. Trying to storm through once more was Hannon Mundy. Over to Seymour. No. Felix Seymour. Shot to goal. Seymour, say less.
So if you look at that piece of play carefully, Blackburn did nothing wrong except the handball from Dorian hit the feet of his target.
Yep.
He wasn't able to pick it on, knocked it on a little bit. There was a little turnover, and it was the cleanliness of the hands across from East Ringwood. It was just, that was clinical.
That was one of their
clinical.
That was their, I think that was a chain of about 6 or 7 handballs there. That just cuts you to ribbons, really. And that's the problem when all your halfbacks push too far forward to defend. You're in trouble when they're on the turnover.
2 in 2 minutes for Seymour, and this lead now out to 33 points as we're back in the middle. 24, almost 25 minutes gone first quarter. 6-4-40 to 1-1-7. Dominant start for the Roos
about the only position where they're breaking even at the moment. Blackburn's in the ruck.
They have, but they haven't been able to get any sort of control through the clearances. Socket off the ground. They're back inside forward 50. Can they get something out of this? It's going to be just walked outside of their forward arc, and they move in waves as Pearson sends it in the direction of Fox out the back. A lot of pressure here for the Burners to mop this one up as McRae lays the tackle.
That's a good tackle there by McRae, because he made sure that the Blackburn player had no momentum to try and run around or actually beat him.
Oh, yeah, you're right, as we get a ball up right in front of East Ringwood's goals. There's Seymour again. Put it on the left boot. Don't tell me no. Would have loved that. Just a minor score. 6-5-41 to 117.
They're going to have to find a run with matchup on Felix very shortly. Otherwise, he's going to cut them apart all afternoon, Davo.
Yep.
Kicked 24 goals in the under-19s a couple of years ago, did Felix Seymour, so he knows how to find them, despite not necessarily being a goal kicker last year. So Blackburn to exit defence, but the stoppers are there for East Ringwood once more. Trying to bust away through as Kate Answorth, but wrapped up.
I'm watching their run. That ball went into the middle. 3 East Ringwood players sprinted 50 metres to get into the defensive area then.
The work rate is
huge.
Through the roof at the moment for East Ringwood. 6-5-41 to 117. That's East Ringwood leading Blackburn. Shadows of quarter time. Harry wrenches it out of the ruck contest. Is able to get it on the bounce, the Blackburn forward. Working their way back, East Ringwood trying to shrug the tackle. Doing so was Harry Nolan. Couldn't quite handle the ball. Well, he did in the end. Now to Donnelly. Yeah. And it was a high contact free kick and advantage paid as well. So Geimer flicks it out. Donnelly kept working forward. Inside forward 50, just over the top of his forwards. Felix Seymour nearly off the ground, and we're seeing a trip being called. And it looks like it's gone the way of Blackburn, who just exit defence and the field of play with one foul swoop. Ryan.
Yeah. They're just a bit disorganised at the moment, aren't they, Blackburn? They need the siren.
I was just about to say that. Fagan will be hoping they'll get it soon without conceding one more. They've already conceded 6 of the quarter. Intercept marker taken here by Hinkley. Gets it off the current. Has Maher on the far side. He's got a bit of space in front of him. Has the short option with the handball off to Hubber. Hubber moves this down the line. This is a little bit better. Carmody to Dorian. Right in front of the scoreboard. At 80 out from the Blackburn goals.
And there's the stop, isn't it?
Yep.
They just stopped them then.
Just didn't have the option as he puts it in the direction of Wooler. Comes off hands. Carmody's there. He's able to get a bit of space. Gets the kick over the top. And Hicks will walk into a much-needed Blackburn goal. They move to 2-1-13. East Ringwood 6-5-41.
And that's
closing in on quarter time.
And interestingly, Davo, that was based on the fact that they kicked the ball to the fat side and they had no pressure, and they made sure that every position they had at least hit a target.
Yep.
And that's what created that opportunity there. And I think East Ringwood, they just got caught out there a little bit.
And look, it was a dirty kick into the forward line for Blackburn, but it just fell the right way, and they needed that goal.
Most definitely.
Can East Ringwood respond? Will Blackburn get another? Lawler has been moved into the centre. Siren goes as his kick went forward. Here at East Ringwood Reserve on the EFNL match of the round, it is East Ringwood 6-5-41 to Blackburn 2-1-13. We'll join you after this break for the second quarter.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. It is a big Premier Division clash between the Roos and the Burners. Quarter time, East Ringwood 6-5-41, leading Blackburn 2-1-13. We'll hopefully hear from one of the coaches at the quarter time break in just a moment, or the feedback down at the huddles. Paul Uconi at the moment, though, you've got some scores around the ground, starting at Premier. What have you got?
Yeah, in Premier, Vermont 3-6-24 to Baldwin 3-2-20. Berwick 4-2-26 to South Croydon 3-3-21, and Noble Park 2-7-19 to Donny East 3-18. In Division 1, Park Orchards 3-3-21 to Beakey 3-18. North Ringwood 3-6-24 to Mitcham 3-2-20. Boronia 5-30 to Norwood 1-7-13, and Wani South 4-7-31 to Montrose 4 behinds.
There you go. There's the Premier and Division 1 scores around the grounds. We probably actually do have a bit more time to maybe jump into Div 2 while we're at it. I see that Mulgrave have had a quick start against the Waverley Blues, 35-1. Paul, anything else from Division 2 coming through?
Yeah, in Tempe 8-5-53 to Croydon 4-1-25. Lilydale 3-3-21 to East Burwood 1-4-10. Heathmont 4-6-30 to Scoresby 2-3-15, and Surrey Park 3-1-19 to Norwood 1-2-8.
And while we're at it, because the huddle's still in for a little bit longer, I believe Donvale were doing it again. At one stage it was 51-1. Has that changed at all?
Sylvan have just kicked a goal, so it's Donvale 8-4-52 to Sylvan 1-3-9. The Basin 6-2-38 to Oakley District 2-3-15. Knox 3-4-22 to Ferntree Gully 2-3-15, and Upper Gully 3-2-20 to Coldstream 3 behinds. And if I've got time for Div, I'll do Div 4
got some time.
quickly. Bulleen Templestowe 3-4-22 to Fair Park 3-2-20. Kilsyth 4-7-31 to Forest Hill 3 behinds. Churnside Park 7-12-54 to Nunawading yet to score, and Warrandyte 3-7-25 to Doncaster 1 straight 6.
Thanks there, Paul. All the scores around the ground. We'll have some more at half-time. Wherever you are at your local footy, Blackburn, they're holding in that huddle. There's probably a fair few things that they're discussing after really being dominated, Davo and Brash. And the scoreboard, it's only 28 points, but it feels like it's a very, very one-sided game so far.
Yeah, I think we're looking at two very different styles. East Ringwood have been clean. They've had a couple of handball chains that we've been used to, but it's been their speed at which they've been able to bring the ball into their forward line.
Well, we've got Fagan down there at ground level, so we might head down there. Josh Ward has Anthony Fagan with him.
Yes, I do. Anthony, your initial assessment of that first quarter, kicking into somewhat of a breeze out here.
Yeah, I didn't think the breeze played much of an impact in that quarter. I just thought they were cleaner in and around contest. They stepped through some of our tackles, and we knew they'd chained it up, and they're dangerous inside 50. So they kicked 5 goals from turnover. We didn't use the ball very well. I thought our execution of fundamental was poor, and then we just kicked the ball back to them. So it was pleasing that we got one late. I feel like we're back in the game a little bit, and it's time for us to get some territory and some game in our front half.
And pressure and ball use was some of the key messages in that final huddle.
Yeah, I thought we were unlucky. Started out a ripper tackle right at the start of the game on James Below at half forward, and I thought it was a great tackle. But I thought outside of that, some of our execution with our tackle technique and also our strength in around contest was below our best. So that's going to be important. And then, I thought we just kicked the ball back to them at stages. So we've got to challenge them, drive our legs through contest, but also get it to our forwards' advantage and give them a chance.
Thanks, Anthony.
Great to hear from Fakes there, one of the best, as we're back ready to go for this second quarter. The tap down one by the Burners. Dorian's handball to himself in the end. He cleans up the missed handball as he goes towards centre half forward. Spoiled from behind by Lawler. Gave him a bit of a chance, but it's still one out here by the Roos. Now Delaney towards the far side. Walsh. Handball over the top to Below. Below forward, and they link up again. Back to Below as they move this now inside 50. They've got players out the back, almost a big mark taken. Ball hits the deck. That was Salmon who flew for that one. We'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Roos.
So that was 7 handballs from centre half back all the way around. It was great football, great chain up.
They've had a few of those this afternoon already. Here's Waitman. Quick handball, looking for Donnelly. Chasing this one. Socket off the ground, still alive. Donnelly again. Can't get through the tackle. Get a stoppage.
Dangerous place for Blackburn to try and defend, of course. Right at the top of the goal square. Comes down now to Waitman. Josh Waitman from the contest. Easy as you like. The Blackburn players looking a little forlorn there, as they knew they should have put a little bit more pressure on the contest.
I actually reckon it was that forward 50 pressure prior to that ball up that created that goal, because Blackburn looked a little bit out of sorts there. They just couldn't get their structure right, Davo.
No, and that Riley Stoddart would be really angry with himself. He allowed him to run far too easily through that contest.
Yep.
Wasn't able to hold on, and you can't afford to do that, a quality player.
Absolutely not. So back in the middle it goes. 7-5 plays 2-1. Tap down, one by the Burners once again. Stoddart inside 50. Tweedy got a fist to it, tap forward. They might be able to run onto this through Lawler. He's got Tweedy to beat. He's done absolutely fantastic work there as Tristan Tweedy, as the Roos escape their back half. Intercepted here by Jarrett Salmon.
But that was equally well played there by the back two of East Ringwood, I thought.
Curran. And again, just a bit of a slow passage of play here as he puts it inside 50. He was in the direction of Wooler, and both him.
Free kick.
Yeah, I'd like to have a look at the replay. I thought both had a hold of the jumper, so Tweedy's visibly frustrated with that one.
I think I might have called play on that one.
Yeah, I would too. Just have a quick look.
Well, umpire's trying to explain it to him.
50-50, I'd say. Yeah. Well, either way, Toby Wooler has a set shot on goal.
I would just call it that play on.
Yep. Yeah, must.
I can understand. Tweedy's not stupid. I mean, he's played at a high level. He would understand that he probably doesn't think he's done anything wrong there.
Well, here's Wooler looking for his first of the afternoon. Toby Wooler comes in, makes no mistake. Beautiful kick of the football, and they get the quick reply, Blackburn. 3-1-19 to East Ringwood 7-5-47. 3 minutes into this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They worked fairly hard there in that delivery then to Wooler, to that contest. Blackburn didn't enable any other players to come in and spoil. So they did that well defensively as forwards. I still would have liked that. They could have gone across the ground when they had the kick here. They didn't do it. I'd like to see them take a few more risks like that.
Back into the middle we go. Macedonian has moved into the centre. Didn't see that during the first quarter. So they can rotate, of course. Players through the middle. Harry gets the tap down. Ball at ground level. Seymour dragging it in, but was able to release. Still no clean possession. Stoddart tried to break away. Kicked as he was being tackled. But East Ringwood able to get in the way. Chain of handballs ends with Blake Pearson. The kick inside forward 50. Oh, nearly strong enough hands. Couldn't quite take it down, and now Current will take it away. Oh, just a little too far for Willie Oglethorpe on the stretch, but a great little gather there with the one hand. Good composure, Wood. Could have done better than that, and he knows it. So over the line it goes.
I actually wonder, Davo, whether they're trying to open up the forward line, Blackburn, and let Wooler go one-on-one against Tweedy to see if he can beat him on speed and turnaround.
Free kick from the ruck contest. I think Llewellyn got Harry high. Nope, it's the other way around. Llewellyn hands it to McGowan. High ball, one-on-one at the top of the goal square. But the other contest, someone from it came through, and it was Josh Fox, but...
Free kick to me.
It was either a free kick or a mark. It wouldn't have mattered either. It was East Ringwood getting on a shot on goal here.
He was just being bodied out of the play.
Yeah, and look, and you have a situation when you got him there in that situation, you do panic as a defender.
Stephen May with the one goal on the day already. This to be East Ringwood's 8th. Should be easy enough. He comes in, and still this margin is holding strong for the Roos.
Can I just check how many inside 50s that East Ringwood have had all up?
18 so far.
And they've scored, 13
times? Scoring shots from 18.
13 from 18. That's a fair
return.
Return, isn't it? That seems to be the difference. They're able to get in there, and once they get in there, you think they're going to score straight away.
So that margin now, once again, 34 points.
Well, they average 54 inside 50s a game, East Ringwood, at the moment.
So Ainsworth, clearance forward. They might be able to run on to this through Stewart. Stewart's kick went straight into Delaney, who picked up nicely and just kept it going. Bounce suits his teammate in Guymer. Tries to get through the tackles, caught on the second one. That's holding the ball, and Blackburn are going to use the advantage straight away through Stoddard. Stoddard to Wood, overdid the kick, and the Roos have got all the numbers to mop this one up now through Matthews. Goes back towards the far side, looking for Walsh. Got Dorian tracking him. Walsh, the right boot forward. Curran can pick this one off, for Blackburn does with the intercept mark. Right in front of the scoreboard. Curran's kick to the skipper in Ainsworth. Ainsworth. So a good start to the season. Finds Dorian. The famous long sleeves. As he goes inside 50, and they've worked this well. The mark is taken there by Charlie Oglethorpe. He's got a short option. Couldn't quite take the mark, could Hicks. Follows up with the tackle. Delaney now for the Roos. They hand pass this forward. They look to escape through Gleeson. A one-on-one. Sport from behind by Winter. Picked up by Dylan Beelo. He's handball. Ineffective as the Roos now. And the Burners, in fact, through Worm. They link up on that far side.
This is Curran on the wing. Little dab over the top. We'll find Ainsworth. Kate Ainsworth, quality player, of course. 100 games in the VFL, exactly. High ball into the 50. Tweedy was there. It was slapped away from him. Blackburn with a shot at goal. It's going to bounce over the point line. Unfortunate bounce of the ball for the Burners, but it wasn't a particularly methodical way of getting at goal.
Every time Blackburn miss a target in their forward 50, East Ringwood just seem to be able to run that ball out at ease this afternoon.
So 3-2 plays 8-5, 33-point lead for the Roos. Taking this kick is Sam Matthews. Loads up towards the far side. Looks like a great mark there from Lockie Harry, who's done enough to bring that down.
They've been a little bit better in the air this quarter, Blackburn.
They have. I would agree with that. As Harry goes inside 50. Delaney almost taken out by his teammate. Ball tracked across the line. Walsh and Wool are going at it.
I think what they've tried to do,
Free
Blackburn,
kick here towards Walsh too.
what they tried to do is I think to try and take the corridor on more, which was what they weren't doing in the first quarter.
An East Ringwood player was brought down. That's why a free kick was given.
Yeah, Sam Walsh, who sends a kick towards the Packer players that fly, and it's Fox who gets the handball off. And now Waitman, long kick inside 50, bouncing ball. May, can he get there first? Got Salmon to beat. The line might beat both of them, and it does. So it rolls through for a minor score, 8-6-54 East Ringwood, 3-2-20 Blackburn.
Trying to bring it back in quickly was Salmon, but didn't like the option. Now sees Kai Stewart on this near side at half back. So this is an interesting kick, isn't it, to see whether it's going to be down the line once more. It was. It's going to be marked by Hicks, though, so that's good. How do they move the ball from here? Had a man running past, but that was covered. Hicks finds his right, and he's just spotted up an opponent in Dylan Bealo, of course.
There would have been an East Ringwood player running past there to try wanting the handball, and would have been given, I reckon.
Down the line to May. Couldn't quite get hands to it. It was mostly Burners there. Boundary line will beat them all.
When Hicks had the ball then, that was the issue. No quick ball movement there from Blackburn. East Ringwood would have shot that handball out there real quick to a running player.
Indeed. No options in the corridor either, as I know they're trying to find it, but East Ringwood shutting that down really well. Llewellyn gets the tap down. Waitman fighting for it, stands up in the tackle, but not going any further.
Well, Daniel Wood is really struggling to get into this game, and he holds down a key forward position.
Indeed, he's presenting well, but he's not got a feel for it today.
No, well, he's presenting himself in all the wrong positions of the ground. That's his problem.
Tovey against Llewellyn. Llewellyn taps it down, but it was Will Oglethorpe to shark it. Dorian comes with a flying mark over the top, which was good. Over to Patrick Lawler on the transition. Blackburn inside forward 50. It was another shallow entry, though, and East Ringwood able to break it up once more. Tackled out of it was Gleeson. And Kane brought to ground. Sorry, that's McGowan brought to ground. In the back, however, East Ringwood just to settle things down a little bit. Where to from here? It's a breeze comes across the ground, and I think that's what pushed it out on the full. Not much Mundy could do there, and it will be Connor Hinkley to bring this one back in.
The one thing Blackburn have been able to do is take the frenetic pace out of the game.
So Hinkley, a long high kick in towards the hot spot, flying for that one. There's a free kick anyway, and the free kick will go to Tweedy, despite the mark taken by McGowan. So Tristan Tweedy with a fantastic start to the season, such a key part of this East Ringwood side. A high kick tied on the boundary, spooled across the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in. Perfect conditions out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Great sunny day for the first weekend of May.
But how long will it last?
Oh, come on, Brash. Ball brought back into play. Tap down. I know the forecast's not looking good next week, but
just for that, Brash, we're doing a night game.
The JR.
Mate, El Nino starts in a month, and it reckons we're having another dry spell.
So, a ball up, 80 out from the Blackburn goals. It's Waitman, handballed over the top. He might receive it again. He does. He kicks it off the ground. Might just finish up with a footy once again. He's had the last 3 disposals of the game. Was looking to get to the other Waitman. Ball comes forward. Now a chance for Kane. Involved again is Waitman. So between Connor and Josh, they had 5 and 6 possessions in that passage of play alone.
They've moved the ball 40 metres without a possession.
Yeah.
They've just moved it so well.
Hannah Mundy with the tap down. Here's Waitman again, this time run down. Perfect tackle by Ainsworth. And now they're off through the middle. Dorian got it off to Carmody over the top to Stoddard. Should be a certain goal just about. There's 2-on-1, but doing fantastically there was McGowan. Just to break even on this contest. Just to get a fist to it. And
that's well done by McGowan.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there is a free kick, but...
It is going, obviously the way of Blackburn, but 2-on-1 over the top looked like a certain goal coming out for Stoddard or Blackburn in general, but they still have an opportunity now. On the far side, it's Oglethorpe, who will be in range. A tough set shot from here.
He does have a breeze. Does have a breeze to contend with too. He's got to start left.
I think the player that's really got them back into the game is Mackenzie Dorian.
Yeah,
it's been lively. So here's a chance for Oglethorpe. Get one back for Blackburn, bring this margin back within 5 goals. Oglethorpe off the boot. That's a great kick. Blackburn get their fourth, 4-2-26 to East Ringwood 8-6-54. So they're certainly hanging around this quarter, Davo. Been a lot better signs.
Yeah, and I think they've pushed their high line a lot deeper. So they've been able to make sure that East Ringwood they've shortened the ground a fair bit in this situation, and East Ringwood haven't had the clear run that they've had in that first quarter. So smart coaching.
Paul Uconi in the Stat Centre.
Inside 50s this quarter are 9-4 Blackburn's way.
Thank you very much. So Answorth at the coalface gets it to Lawler. His kick was smothered. Down goes Bealo in the tackle. Rolled well by Lawler. We witnessed Mackenzie Dorian and Riley Stoddard come to the interchange bench. So the influence that they've had, we'll have to wait a few minutes. It's now come to, that was Carmody. I don't think he disposed of it legally, according to the umpire. East Ringwood to now advance themselves forward through Donnelly. 28-point lead in favour of East Ringwood currently.
They've done well this quarter, Blackburn. Like I said, they've stemmed the bleeding a little bit. They're starting to win a few more 50-50s.
The ball movement does look a lot more stagnant on the part of East Ringwood at the moment. It's fallen out the back of that contest into the 50 for East Ringwood, but it was all burners. That time it was Hinkley. Kicks it to Ma, who's switched out the long sleeves, and a massive breeze comes across the ground, blustering everything, but not that kick, and Daniel Wood clunks one. Where to from here? Inboard. Hicks. He's got the same conundrum ahead of him as he did before. Down the line will be the option. It was a low spearing kick, but getting in the way, intercepting really well was McGowan. I've liked his game so far. East Ringwood to now, well, try and work out the same issue. Where to? Billy Gleeson came up and presented, number 49. High ball to the crook of the arc and the 50, but the breeze did what it willed with that ball.
Got to be smarter than that. That's just a poor kick.
There's an upset brewing at Cheong Park here at the moment. Berwick 8-3-51 leading South Croydon 4-3-27.
Thank you very much for that, Brash. Huge fist by Tweedy.
We were in trouble there for a second.
I know. We're up in the balcony and the ball nearly reached us.
It was a trademark of his game. The amount of spoils he has per game, incredible.
Thermon up by 9, 6-7-43. Baldwin 5-4-34.
Down to Josh Ward on the boundary line in a second as James Bealo gets it to Seymour. The clearance work done well here. Webster's got a lot of time and space to work out this kick inside forward 50. Could have done better than that. Disrupted by Blackburn in the end. Tovey at the bottom of the pack. Held to him.
That was well defended then. I thought the kick wasn't too bad, but it was well defended.
I'll go to Josh Ward in a second. Sorry to keep you waiting, mate. But East Ringwood, they've got a chance here with Josh Waitman in the pocket. He got pickpocketed. And the boundary line beat them all. Josh.
I was going to say on that breeze, it has started to pick up just that little bit more, as you guys mentioned. But it's not really favouring any end. If anything, it's probably favouring this broadcast side, which might mean opportunities for you guys to see a bit more of the play on this broadcast side.
Mundy out of the ruck, smothered. Well, it's come to Pearson. He takes a shot at goal. No, Fox bounced out of his hands in the other pocket now for East Ringwood. Tackled over the line. Well done by the Blackburn defence on the last line. I tell you what, that breeze might not be favouring anyone. It's definitely not favouring Lee's equipment as things are starting to shift about over here.
To strap it down.
Yeah.
So boundary throw in here, inside 50 for the Roos. Out of the ruck, Mundy towards goal. Just missing to the left. 8-7-55 East Ringwood, 4-2-26, but he's had a couple of good moments. Certainly gives him a fair spark, as Hannah Mundy. As Blackburn to take the kick in. Trailing this game currently by 29 points. Big fly, not quite. And could have given away a free kick in the process too. We're going to that man, Hannah Mundy again for the Roos. There's Mundy. Long kick inside, forward 50. There's been a free kick awarded. It's a holding free kick and it's going the way of the Roos. And it'll be Josh Fox, the recipient.
Mulgrave are 60 points up, gentlemen, against Waverley Blues. 10-9-69 to Waverley Blues 139.
Josh Fox.
It was a tough shot, this one, by the look of it, with the
Especially
breeze.
with the breeze.
With the wind, you can look in the trees in the background. That is howling at the moment, so it's going to take his best. He comes in on a bit of an angle, and it's well right. Harry might be able to take this, still in play. He'll earn himself a free kick here. So didn't quite make the distance for Fox, and that shows you the power of that wind at the moment. Blackburn working their way out of trouble. Here's Stoddard. Stoddard off the left boot. Finds a target out wide. It's Dorian. So Mackenzie Dorian has been prominent in this second term for the Burners. Goes back and finds Hinkley. Hinkley now looking to switch. A dangerous kick. It's going to be cut off by Stephen May. Pearson's right there. Can give it back to May. May can finish this off. And he has bounced it through for a minor score.
That actually
they get away with one.
Pretty smart kick, really.
Yeah, I understand where he was, what he was trying to do there.
Yep.
Yeah.
8-8-56 to 4-2-26.
Not often seeing that switch across the back line from Blackburn. I think that was the first time they attempted it for a while, but came unstuck.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, you've got to make sure the kicks go to the target.
Yep, absolutely. Bringing it back in is Kieran Hubber. Kept it low. Into the pocket we go. They are really trying to work this one out. They hoof it onto the wing, and Tristan Tweedy does what he does best. Takes the intercept mark. Guarding this 30-point lead that East Ringwood have built. Not electing to go fast, but into the pack. Spilling it out. Seymour tackle to ground. Chasing it is Connor Waitman. Little dabbing kick into the pocket. Fox was the target, but well done by Riley Winter to take the tumbling mark. Able to get up. Not moving it quickly either.
Berwick up by 37. 10-4 to 4-3.
Doing some kick to kick as Tweedy came over the top, and front and centre was Gleeson battling for it. No, beaten to it by Stewart. Kept it low. This is an advancement by Blackburn. Carmody, brilliant use of the nice kick there. Great snap, and it allowed Cade Answorth to work into the pocket and take a safe mark.
So they've done that 3 times now, where they've brought the ball down one wing and they've had an outnumber, basically 2-on-1 in the full forward 50 by themselves. So that's great work from Blackburn. They've really worked hard to get themselves back into this game.
Most definitely. I was just going to say exactly the same thing, Davo. You stole the words right out of my mouth.
In sync.
3 goals in these past 3 games for Cade Answorth on the year. Comes in and continues that goal-a-game trend with an important one in the shadows of half-time for the Burners. Just maintaining that touch with the lead. They move to 5-2-32 at East Ringwood, 8-8-56. We've gone 22 and a half minutes here at East Ringwood Reserve. Pleasure to have your company on the Eastland Match of the Round.
Got some Premier Division scores quickly, gentlemen. Vermont 7-9-51 leading Ball and 5-5-35. We've got Doncaster East 6-3-39 leading Noble Park 4-9-33. Berwick 10-4-64 leading South Croydon 4-3-27. And then we've got this game 8-8-56 to 5-2-32.
So the margin back to 24 points. Been a while since it's been at that 4-goal margin. As they're counting heads, and it's going to be a free kick here. The way of Blackburn, the 6-6-6 rule. Mistake there by the Roos. As Stoddard looking to take advantage of it from the handball from Harry. Stoddard long in the direction of Wood, but picked off here by Tweedy once again. So reliable for the Roos. Looking for Walsh, but the wind carries it over the line. Was it touched just before? I thought that could have carried
I don't reckon he was just in the right position, to be honest. I reckon it was over.
Stoddard's made a difference going into the midfield. He's just added a bit of class there and composure. It's exactly what they needed in this quarter.
Yeah, they have, and just working their way back. There he is, on cue, Stoddard. Back in the direction of Wood. He's got Tweedy to beat once again. It's like deja vu as that goes across the line for a minor score this time. 5-3-33 Blackburn, 8-8-56 East Ringwood.
I would say this would be East Ringwood's worst quarter for the season, to be honest, the way they're playing.
And it's not that bad. It's just they've just been unbelievable.
They just have not had any fluency at all in the way that they've gone about their footy.
Could that be because of the pressure of a more better opposition, Davo?
Potentially, and I just think that the conditions don't help. It's both sides are struggling to hit targets, and so therefore it's not as clean and fresh and movement as well.
Up the corridor, the Tweedy kick went. We got a stoppage after a tackle, and now Blackburn to re-enter the forward 50 through a kick from Hicks. Wood chases onto it, wasn't able to get there, kept the kick low. Didn't matter that it wasn't marked because Greenwood picked it up to snap it goal. Not quite for the Burners. They move to 5-4-34 to the 56 of East Ringwood.
Like the way Wood thought there, that was very clever then.
He's got like Tweedy's beating him in the one-on-one scenarios, but Wood's become a bit of a target, better target than Wooler at this stage.
So Delaney with the kick in here for the Roos. A high kick towards us on the broadcast side, out the back, fell through the hands of Ma. Now we're in the 72 as Worm gets it off to Harry, wrapped up by Bilo, got his hands off in time, but it was a sling tackle, says the umpire, and he'll get himself a free kick coming back to him. Had a quick look ahead at Wooler and decided to just wait. Smart option, finds Hicks right in front of us on the broadcast side. Has Ma ahead. Decides to go back. Just maintaining possession of the footy now through Curran. Curran. Down the line it goes. Roos have got numbers. Came off hands and across the line it goes. So boundary throwing, 26 minutes gone in this second term. 8-8-56 East Ringwood, 5-4-31 for Blackburn. Margin got out to, I believe, just less than 40 points earlier on in this game. Goal here to bring it back to 16 points would be huge for the Burners. A high kick in towards the pocket. Spalled across the line. That was always going to be a hard one to mark for anyone.
And the fact that the wind's blowing across the ground too, it's not making it conducive really for quality football, is it?
And you don't even need to look at the trees. You can see the leaves blowing across at a million miles an hour.
Back into play. Dangerous place for East Ringwood to defend now, but McGowan was composed. Got the handball out to Mundy. Now finds Josh Waitman, who nearly got cleaned up, and he's turned it over to Ma. Mark's been taken inside 50 by Lawler.
So for the last couple of weeks, that would have been a chain of handballs out for East Ringwood. Blackburn have just closed the game up a bit.
Yeah.
They make one mistake, and then you've got that turnover, and that's been good football from Blackburn this quarter.
I'd be aiming probably for the inside of the left goal post, I reckon.
Lawler, a man with plenty of class to his name. He's going to come in, kick it from the arc. You wouldn't want it in too many other people's hands, and that's why Paddy Lawler.
Great kick.
And they are cutting the margin bit by bit at Blackburn. Really, really hitting a purple patch in this second quarter and making the most of it.
I think that might be the first time, apart from maybe goal before quarter and goal after, they've got two in a row.
Yep.
And that really builds that little momentum. And that's what they've got at the moment, some momentum. One more.
Oh, yeah. Well, back to 16 points here. Certainly cut this margin down. Looking good through the middle of the ground. This time through Waitman. Bajaya picks it off. We'll get a ball up in the middle. One of the better set shot kickers too, Paddy Lawler.
Yeah, definitely.
Most definitely. And I think it's been really good for East Ringwood to be actually challenged here.
Yes, you're right. They probably haven't had that in their opening few weeks. Is Vila high kick. Who's going to mark this one? No one does. Here they come forward. Big tackle applied. And they'll be holding the ball. Free kick for the Burners. So Kai Stewart. And right on the half-time siren, they've worked their way back into this game after things looked a little worrying early. We do have a player down at ground level for Blackburn in the middle of the ground as the half-time siren sounds. 8:56 East Ringwood to Blackburn, 6:40. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we're going to bring in the half-time crew to dissect this game, talk about the games going around the grounds, but stay tuned. East Ringwood Reserve, we've got a good one here at the Roos, 8:56 to Blackburn, 6:40.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve for the Eastland Match of the round. The Roos 8:56, leading Blackburn but only by 16 points, 6-4-40 after the Burners started to creep their way back into the contest. Josh Ward here alongside Jared Beanland and Ryan Long. What have you made of the contest so far, Jared and Ryan?
Look, it was really interesting to see how the ball movement has changed, and partially could be down to the conditions, but I really think Blackburn have been able to set up a lot better in that second quarter and put a lot more pressure on the East Ringwood ball movement. I really agree with what Davo said. Mackenzie Dorian, he's made a big impact, and the class of names are evading me at the moment. Stoddard in the middle. They've really had that impact, but they're going to have to continue to do so in this second quarter, second half run.
Yeah, I agree. I think Stoddard was one, particularly in the back half of that quarter, that every time they seemed to be moving forward, it was through him. So he got involved a lot. I think Lockie Harry's probably been quite dominant in the ruck, and I think we knew that. That was a an opportunity for them to maybe get one up somewhere on the ground, and I thought his work rate in the second quarter was really good and certainly seems to be involved every time something good happens to Blackburn, but just a little bit of a different, quarter for the Roos. They're under a bit more pressure. The conditions have played a factor, and they did turn over the ball a lot more than they would have in the first quarter, where Blackburn, on the other hand, are starting to create things off these turnovers.
And I think Brash brought up a good point. It's good that East Ringwood's being challenged now, because it would have been interesting to see if they were able to continue building on the momentum they had in the first quarter, where the ball movement was quite unbelievable, moving it from defence to attack in an instant and getting it quickly down to the likes of Will McRae, Josh Fox and Stephen May, who impacted the scoreboard, most of them. But
what's the breeze like? You're down there on ground level. I mean, it feels strong up here. Is it just going in towards us on the broadcast wing?
It's predominantly going towards us on the broadcast side. It is swirling a little bit, and sometimes, I think I mentioned at the start, it was heading towards the Mount Dandenong Road end, but it's not. I think Anthony Fagan mentioned it wasn't much of a factor in the first quarter. It is now. It's started to really pick up and head towards this broadcast side. So
well, it'll be interesting to see if it is a factor in this third quarter, and East Ringwood can utilise it if it is going that way.
Well, it's going to favour that sort of handball game, of course, that East Ringwood have been able to put on. But, I did like a couple of those transitions from Blackburn. It was mainly off turnover, and it was kind of opportunistic. It didn't seem like it was something they could consistently replicate. We've not seen that enough. A lot of that long down the line play, where it's really going to be the tall timber, your Daniel Woods and their competitive matchups as well, like a Tweedy, that will end up deciding some of those contests.
Absolutely. Do we want to go through some scores around the grounds, Ryan?
Yeah, I've got some scores here. We'll touch on a few of these. We talked about the Premier ones, but Vermont leading Baldwin 51-41, so a chance for their first win of the season. South Croydon Berwick, the margin now out to 45 points, so 78-33 Berwick lead that game. South Croydon, that would be their fourth loss in a row if they don't manage to come back there. Doncaster East Noble Park. Noble Park once again very competitive. They trail by 6 points, 33-39. Looking at Division 1, Montrose have worked their way back into the game and now lead 38 to Wantirna South 34, so a 4-point lead there to the D's. The Big O confirmed in playing today. Baronia, strong lead over Norwood, 78-33. Mitcham North Ringwood, it looks like it's been a pretty entertaining game in the first half. Been back and forth. The Tigers currently lead at halftime, 41-35 North Ringwood. Park Orchards, 29-point lead over Beaconsfield, 49-20. Moving into Division 2, it was Mulgrave who jumped out of the blocks, and they've only extended that since then, 81-9, the Waverley Blues. So a big lead there for the Lions. Surrey Park lead Ringwood 39-24. Heathmont leads Scoresby 49-29. Eastfield Lilydale, we thought this game would be close, and so far it is 27-25. One just to keep an eye on, Croydon Templestowe. Templestowe 71, Croydon 55. Hanging in there. We'll see how long that lasts and if they can sustain it for a full game, but they're having a real go today, the Blues. Division 3, 72 plays 20, Donvale leading the Cats. The Basin leading Oakley District 77-28. The Dane Swan return to Oakley.
The Dane Swan Cup.
Dane Swan Cup played at the Basin before as well. Knox now have a good lead over Ferntree Gully, 55-21. Love the heritage jumper that Gully are wearing though today. That looks fantastic. Upper Gully, Coltrane, bit of a low-scoring one. Says it was updated only a minute ago, so 20-3 there at, I don't know if that game started a little bit later, but very low scores at the moment. In Division 4, Fair Park getting out to a bit of a lead now, 49-23, Bulleen Templestowe. Kilsyth to Forest Hill, 86-4. Churnside Park, 110 to Nuttawading 8, and Warrandyte lead Doncaster 52-25.
Certainly some interesting scores, and we'll keep you updated with those scores throughout this contest and at each quarter break as well. But well and truly in this second half, Jared and Ryan.
I think they need to start winning it out of the middle a little bit more efficiently, or at least making the most of the clearances that they do get. And that transition play down the, maybe trying to find the corridor a little bit. It's risky. However, I think they need to start pulling the trigger on some of that movement.
Yeah, I'll just continue to take the risk when it's, it has come off the other way at times, but when it has paid off, it's led to goals. And using the corridor when they can, I think that's pretty key. But
and it makes it entertaining for us as well.
Yes, fingers crossed, one way or the other. But got to be pretty close at three-quarter time if they're a chance. If they let East Ringwood kick the first couple of this third term and really put a control on this game, it might be over by three-quarter time. So important start to this third term.
We might go to another ad break for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. The second half of action just about to get underway out here at East Ringwood Reserve between East Ringwood and Blackburn.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. East Ringwood taking on Blackburn. Half time, the two sides about to return to the field. And it is the Roos 8-8-56 to Blackburn 6-4-40. In saying that, it was a very good quarter there for Blackburn. They kicked the 4 goals, kept East Ringwood to 2, and they've just worked their way back in the game. Brett Davidson and Wayne Brasher in special comments. What was the key things in that quarter for Blackburn that you really look at half-time and go, this is what it's going to take to knock off this side?
Well, I thought the first thing was they got ruck domination and they got the hands on the ball but actually got it to players. Secondly, I think they made the ground a lot shorter, so it squeezed everything up, didn't allow East Ringwood their run. And thirdly, some of their key players that have got leg speed that are able to actually carry the football and then use it in Stoddart and Mackenzie Dorian really got on top. Although I think they were the 3 things, and probably their tackling pressure as well.
I think also too that the way I could see this game playing out, if Blackburn can play to get the game once again on their terms, right, and not let East Ringwood get off the hook again, and maybe restrict them. If they kick 3 goals apiece this quarter, right, with the way that the wind's going, I still think with Blackburn kicking towards the Mount Dandenong Road in the last quarter, there's a chance that they're still right in the contest, but they're still going to need a lot to go right. And the thing is, a lot of that's going to come down to how economical can they get the ball into their key forwards, Blackburn. They've got to try and find a way of getting Wood and Wooler into the contest so they're having shots on goal. But I just don't think they can afford to, whilst they've got to work the ball around, their forwards have also got to try and kick goals as well, Ryan.
Well, they do. They need to be efficient when they do get their chances, because although it didn't happen as much in the second term, it certainly happened in the first quarter when Blackburn turned it over or didn't make the most of their opportunities. East Ringwood heard them on the return and scored themselves. So I would expect the Roos to come back out in this third term and really put Blackburn back under pressure. So, yes, Brush?
But that being said, the thing is, as I said in the second quarter, was the fact that it was good that East Ringwood be challenged. They need to be challenged because you can't get it all your own way, right, against, doesn't matter whether, and Blackburn are a quality side. They proved that last year. They didn't, if they thought that they were going to come here and just roll them over, I think they got a bit of a rude awakening, I reckon, in that second quarter, because they probably weren't expecting Blackburn to hit them and hit them back hard. So kudos to Anthony Fagan and his playing group, because they showed something, they needed to show something, and it may not have shown as much on the scoreboard, but it's more about the mental pressure and the application that you apply to the opposition. All right, it doesn't manifest itself sometimes in scoring opportunities, but it also just sows the seed of doubt, and that's all you need, right, to give yourself a sniff.
Well, if you're seeing East Ringwood go back into their shells a little bit during a second quarter, you start to think we're doing something right.
That's exactly, Jared, what you want them to think. Mm-hmm. You've got to get them thinking negative, right, rather than and trying to eliminate their positive thoughts out of it, so that you can win some mental battles.
Yeah, absolutely, and just that decision making that ends up. Lack of risk taking, it starts to dry up a little bit, Ryan.
I know we take it for granted, but just having a look at this midfield battle, when you look at both sides, the two Waitmans and Beelo for East Ringwood, and you've got Stoddard, Lawler and Ainsworth for Blackburn. We are blessed to be able to watch this on a Saturday afternoon as we're ready to go for the third quarter. East Ringwood leading by 16 points.
Up they go. It's Harry to get the tap down. Llewellyn nearly followed it up. Brought to ground was Lawler. The handball was fired out. It's Harry to lope after it. But his kick was turned over straight to McGowan. Sorry, it was Stoddard who turned that ball over. In fact, Josh Waitman takes the mark. And he's going to find the corner of the square. Webster. Curran spun out of the Webster tackle really well. Taking it forward was Salmon. His kick was wayward. Delaney took the easy mark. That's not the sort of kick it's the sort of kick you want to pull the trigger on, just had to be better executed. Delaney right into the centre of the ground. Josh Waitman takes the mark. Challenged by Dorian. Had Beelo for company. Inside forward 50. They're going to trust the height of May or Fox. No, not quite. At hands and knees. Able to shovel the handball out. But the kick, the snap at goal from close range was wayward. Just the one behind to East Ringwood.
Was that Pearson's kick?
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen him miss a goal like that.
I went to ride it and lock it in as a goal. He doesn't miss many. So Blackburn through Hubber. Taking the kick in. Here's Wooler. 8-9-57 to 6-4-40. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Wooler to Bajaya. Good mark with Delaney closing in on him. Centre wing here for the Burners. It's a short option in Lawler. And across the line it goes.
Been a bit of a theme for Blackburn. They like that side of the ground. They like to bring the ball out there and then bring it into the deep, into the forward line. So be interesting if they continue it on.
Certainly did a lot in that first term as the tap down here falls into the hands of Worm. Dodges and weavers before he sends it inside 50. Got a hand to it. Carmody's there. Donnelly under a bit of pressure. Goes back to Delaney. He links up. Getting out of this is McGowan. McGowan's kick came off the hands of Mackenzie Dorian, who swirls it across the line. And still inside 50 for Blackburn.
I think East Ringwood are realising this is not going to be easy.
No.
We need to work really hard here.
They've got to start buckling down a little bit. Llewellyn managed to work his way to the front of the contest, but Lawler was first to the ball, tackled over the line.
And I also think in this type of game, you've got to have your best players in their best positions in a game of this ilk.
Bealo busting through from that stoppage. Hands it to Waitman. Now Pearson. They're on a charge here. The Roos. Just a wayward handball a little bit. Stephen May good enough to make up for it. Josh Waitman had a target. He hands it off. Good little sidestep. Handball over the top. East Ringwood built this so well. The kick. It's going to be a finish with class. And it was Will McRae kicking his second for the day.
That's got to be goal of the day almost. That was a great
brilliant transition.
I think the key point there was Bealo's breaking of the line. Once he broke that line, it just became difficult for Blackburn to get any sort of catch-up momentum against that contest.
Because too many of their players that pushed forward, Davo, and they had to find 20 metres before, and it was almost like the worm had escaped.
Yep.
So back to a 23-point margin. Roos leading here. Harry with the tap down. Might just follow up his good work. Here's Bealo. Got the handball off to Seymour. Seymour gets this one inside 50 in the direction of May. Slipped through his hands out the back. It's all Blackburn numbers. They might be happy just to see that across the line. They do. So a minor score.
I actually reckon the only one knock I've got on East Ringwood this afternoon, the way they've delivered the ball off foot into their forward 50.
It hasn't been
They haven't hit a target.
Well, they've overcooked a few of their kicks. 9-10 plays 6-4. Curran takes the mark in the back pocket for Blackburn.
How well have East Ringwood set up for this one? They've been able to thwart a lot of the ball movement that Blackburn and the transition play that Blackburn have wanted to find thus far in the game. Cade Answorth took the mark up the corridor. Bit of a contest now. It's Stoddard. He was good enough, composed enough, found a bit of space, wheeled around. Tweedy, though, as a stopping player down there for the Roos. Good bump off the ball, but tackled. That was Harry Nolan holding the ball. And that forward line pressure of Blackburn is going to win out, and it's Charlie Oglethorpe to line up for his second.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look all that.
No.
It looks like he's really struggling physically this afternoon. He's not. I was just watching his body language and the way he's walking. He looks like he's walking sore to me, Dave.
He copped a big bump then too, so I reckon he's pretty sore at the moment.
Down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Just on Wooler, I noticed a quarter time as well. He was walking a little bit ginger, so maybe he came into this game injured.
24-point margin to be cut back here by Charlie Oglethorpe. Kicks it just beyond the arc, and it's a tumbling, spiraling ball to the top of the goal square. Fed out to Delaney for East Ringwood, still under pressure. However, they're going to have to work their way out of this one, and Tweedy, hack kick in desperation, just out of defence. The Roos should be good at this contest. They've got Ryan Pearson. Oh, he's turned it over. Hicks. And it's a re-rack for Blackburn's forward line. Tweedy still in the way. Over the line. The ball evaded Sam Matthews and the Blackburn forwards as well.
When you have a look at this whole ground, the whole lot of them are inside the Blackburn half of the ground.
I think that handball by Pearson, if it was the first quarter, that would have come off and East Ringwood would have been away. But Blackburn's pressure has been upped here. James Bealo, though, says no to that. Oh, but
that's holding the ball.
Didn't quite get hands to it, says the umpire.
No, sorry, James. Incorrect disposal there.
The Chandler medalist from a couple of years ago having a bit of an argument with the umpire. It's going to be all in vain as Cade Answorth is going to line up for his second goal and to cut the margin back to 17 points as we've gone 6.5 minutes.
Quickly, we've got another upset brewing. Vermont are 30 points up on Balwyn, 10-11-71 to Balwyn, 6-5-41.
Answorth comes in. It's a tumbling ball. Oh, it's gone through.
Oh, no.
Ugliest goal you'd ever want to see. You've got to have someone on the goal line if you're East Ringwood. That is a killer. But Blackburn will take that to the bank.
Might need to rewatch that and replay. That's just going.
Did that actually bounce before the line?
Yeah. I need to have
I think it's right on it, if nothing else.
But how could I agree with Jared. How could you not have someone on the line?
Could Could have been marked, though.
That would have been marked.
Just about.
Yes.
As a search helicopter looking for coming over, looking for whoever was on the goal line for East Ringwood.
I don't reckon the coaching staff would be happy with that.
Well, here's Stoddard right out the middle again. He's having his impact inside 50 in the direction of Carmody. Slipped through hands. Almost got a free kick there for a late collision.
That's the only thing against Blackburn. They haven't been able to hit the repeat goal once they've scored. It's just been one goal, then daylight.
Yeah. Well, if they can get this back to an even two-goal game, it's certainly game on. But
it's almost like you want them to kick 2 or 3 quick ones, just again to sow the seeds of doubt.
Here's Stoddard again on, just getting through traffic. Handball over the top to Dorian, back to Wood. Hicks in a lot of trouble. There's so many Rouge jumpers around him. Somehow finds a way to get the handball off. I think he handballed that.
I thought he did too.
Unlucky, holding the ball.
One apiece to the umpire there.
Well, just the amount of... he was just in a sea of blue, Jared. But East Ringwood lucky.
And part of that seat was Delaney. He gets it onto the wing. Harry over the back, but no contest in the end over the boundary line right in front of us. Interested to see how the throw-in will go. It might fall short given this incredible amount of wind that's just picked up.
Gee, Stoddard's been good in his first 2 minutes, hasn't he?
Yeah,
so classy.
You're right. The key.
You can see Answorth. He's standing off the contest with no one on him at the moment. He's going to watch the ball fly towards him. No, it was Seymour, his direct opponent, who got it, but tackled by Answorth. Got it to Harry. Will Oglethorpe just eluded him. Hannon Mundy brought down in the big ruckman's tackle of Harry.
Berwick 56 points up here over South Croydon. Berwick, for the first time maybe in their history, going to kick 100 points. They're 14-6-90. South Croydon 5-4-34.
Well, a secondary stoppage as Seymour wrapped up by Bergea. Want to see a little bit more of Bergea today, I think. Had a breakout year in 2023. I seem to remember. There he is. Bounces off the contest. Worked his way into some space as well. Tumbling ball was made for Dorian, but had to be slapped to him for him to actually get it. A lot of pressure coming from Tweedy. Over the top from... it went to Dorian again into the pocket. Carmody, from the impossible angle, close range. He didn't quite get that though, just the one behind. And Blackburn are most definitely threatening.
Well, they worked really well out of a shoebox there, Blackburn. They probably weren't rewarded for that effort.
Yeah, Dorian and Carmody, they all got involved then as May down back now sends a long kick out of the defensive line. On that far side, Winter had Curran and Harry. And Worm, the kick there from Curran was smothered. There's now East Ringwood. Can they hit him on the transition? It's Waitman. He goes off to Seymour. Seymour finds his targeting teammate there who goes long inside 50, bouncing ball across the line. The Roos back in their forward 50. 7-5-47 Blackburn, 9-9-63 East Ringwood.
As I said earlier, they haven't been able to hit a target in their forward 50 by foot, East Ringwood. It's all been run and gun.
Been a really entertaining game, a really even game after quarter time. As Harry gets a tap down again. Ball going nowhere, wrapped up in the tackle. Geimer.
You can see Stephen May is reprising his defender's role as he's picked up Wooler.
I think Stoddard's made the big difference going into the middle in the second quarter, I reckon.
He's been huge since quarter time. Again, ball going nowhere.
And I think Harry has probably been the best player for Blackburn.
Yeah.
I think he's been their best player. He's controlled the ruck for most of the afternoon.
Back up we go. Llewellyn got the tap down. Waitman, it evaded him. It's come to Hubber now, and a hat kick out of defence for Blackburn's going to land in the middle. It's McGowan, though. Very safe hands. Indeed, he has been good. Mundy, he found his way into some space. The wind took the ball a little bit further than what Mundy would have liked, and he just found safety in the boundary line. Well done by Will Oglethorpe to provide the pressure there as well. Right in front of the Roos bench. Bit of a nervy dugout at the moment as the burners are closing. Back into play. Harry and Llewellyn again. Bergea tried to break through. Not quite. It was Will Oglethorpe onto the wing now. Wood, but standing in the way and taking a mark under a lot of duress is Dylan Below.
That was a clutch grab he needed to take that, Below.
Oh, no. He couldn't quite step around Greenwood. He walked his way straight into trouble, and Blackburn, they're now going to try and take this one forward.
Oh.
Greenwood over to Answorth. Could have moved it a little bit quicker than this, though, the Burners.
Yeah, they've allowed East Ringwood to flood back now.
The blue tide has come back into the forward line for Blackburn, but it was a good kick, well set up for Wooler. Couldn't quite present and take the mark. It's come out now to Bajaya. Flying shot towards the goal line. It's going to go over the boundary. And a stoppage in the forward line isn't actually a bad result there for the Burners.
I agree with that, Jared. It was a good win-win there for Blackburn.
So 13 minutes into this third quarter, 9-9-63 to 7-5-47. East Ringwood still leading 1 goal apiece in this third term. We're deep inside the Burners forward 50. Ball brought back into play. Around this one, it's all Blackburn first to the football. Off the right boot, came off the side there from Hicks. Delaney chasing this first. Picked up and stolen away there by Greenwood. And his kick has been intercepted here by the Roos. And they look to go back onto the far side. Walsh, handball off to Delaney. Delaney forward, was looking for McRae. And over the line it goes.
Paul in the stat centre.
Yeah, the intercept marks in this third quarter are 5-0 the way of East Ringwood.
Well, there you go. What are the inside 50s in this quarter as well, Paul, if we can?
7-4 the way of Blackburn.
So just the 1 goal to show from it. 1 goal apiece.
They just haven't been able to get back on top in stoppage in the last 5 minutes, East Ringwood.
Yeah, it's certainly different game since quarter time. Pressure's been very good here. Bajaya over the top. Lawler has a bit of time and puts it in the direction of Carmody. Has a lot of work ahead of him. Running through there. Picked it up. Oglethorpe. Oglethorpe has a short option. Turns it over. Picked off by Tweedy.
Just that little fumble at the last minute by Oglethorpe. He had time to recover it, but it allowed Tweedy to get back. He's now kicked it up to Llewellyn out on the outer side. Blackburn will be able to reclaim the ball, though. It's Greenwood tried to find Wooler with the handball, but a little bit pedestrian there by the Burners, and East Ringwood have been able to win it back, but over the boundary line it was.
Talking about upsets, Vermont are 37 points up here over Balwyn. Vermont 11-12-78, Balwyn 6-5-41.
Are you following Vermont today, are you?
I certainly am.
Who'd have thought?
He's got the violet crumble undies on.
Well, Berwick are 63 points up here. 15-7-97 to South Croydon 5-4-34.
Wow.
Tovey will take this ruck contest for the Burners this time. Llewellyn was able to get the tap down, trying to break free. That was Sam Matthews. Now East Ringwood to go forward once more. Meeting it was Hinkley. Just trying to find some sort of possession here, the Burners, and they were able to do so. They had allies all around. Tovey. The long arms of Tovey couldn't quite take the mark, but front and centre it was Greenwood. Managed to bounce it to Bajaya, and Mackenzie Dorian found himself into some space. Was able to recover the ball after a dropped mark, smothered by Delaney, and Dorian's going to have to even the contest because he couldn't do much more than that.
How good was that contest between those two then? That was fantastic.
And a good thing about it is Dorian knew he sort of made a mistake there, but made sure that East Ringwood didn't benefit from it.
Tovey got the tap down. However, Pearson managed to feed it out, and they just walked out of this stoppage, did East Ringwood. It's quite like the first quarter. Not that, though. Curran came up to meet the ball. Donnelly was tackled. Waitman's inside 50 now. Bouncing ball in the goal square. East Ringwood, they have the opportunity here. Just swung round to the tackle was Webster. Got it to Josh Waitman. Cross the goal kick. Fox not quite able to take the mark. Hubber under a lot of pressure, but able to find Bajaya. Breaks the tackle. Couldn't quite break the second one, but got the kick away. Stephen May wearing his man like a glove. Able to beat him to the ball, but it was holding. And so Blackburn will continue to advance forward, Ryan.
They're just winning a few little one-on-ones here, Blackburn, at the moment.
They are. They were very good there not to concede a score even, let alone a goal. As the Roos now in possession of the football at the half-back line. Just finding things a lot more difficult in this quarter. They still have a handy lead. 17 points.
Putting May down back has been good to shore things up, but it's taken away a target up forward. And just then you notice they were lost to know who to go to.
There's Pearson dodging through traffic, gets his handball off in time. In front of Waitman. Across the line. Is that the rob Peter to pay Paul? Is that have I done that? Said that right?
That's exactly that's right.
I reckon I've heard that before.
And I reckon it's their tackling pressure has really been good this quarter, Blackburn.
Oh, the pressure has really lifted in the intensity in this term as we're back into play again with the boundary throw in. Lawler uses his body well and had time to get the handball. That's a high free kick here going the way of Blackburn too.
Gee, if they could get another goal here, Blackburn, that'd be really good for their confidence here.
And it's Kai Stewart. You want one for their sake, for their bit of reward for effort, because they've been the better side this quarter. That's a dangerous kick. Didn't hit its target in Winter, and he's not able to control it. Picked off by Fox, off to Waitman, and run down by Maher.
Well done.
Goal-saving tackle.
Great
well done,
recovery.
Tom Maher.
Earns the accolades and applause of the Red Jackets. Bounces across his goal as he's trying to play on. Has a lot of time and space to work into. That was shut down quicker than he thought it would be, but Bergea, safe hands. Intercepted by May. He could load up from the arc from there. Stephen May! Not quite.
Well, you saw the cheers from the Red in the behind the goals. Yep. I thought they might have just been former Melbourne supporters. Happy with
Wantirna South are out to a 27-point lead again over Montrose. 11-12-78. Montrose lamentable at 7-9-51. I'm sure our man Blake Tennant will be happy about that.
Lamentable Tennant.
Too far gone on the cans, I reckon, by now, Blake. This one brought back into play here by Hubber. Long kick out of defence. Currently trail this game, Blackburn 7-5 to 9-9. Can they get something going through the middle here? Tripped up in the tackle is Hicks. He'll come back to him. Billy Hicks, been lively.
Yep.
Switches this across to Worm. Has Stewart with him, uses him. The handball to Stewart. Stewart, kick towards the pocket. Looked like it was set up for the Roos there, but sprawled across the line. Not a bad result inside 50. They'll get a boundary throw and a stoppage here.
Mulgrave are 100 points up over Waverley Blues, 17-9-111 to Waverley Blues, 1-5-11.
Such a shame. That used to be such a good matchup between those two teams.
So ball brought back into play. Waller got the tap down. Dorian got the handball off. Hicks to Lawler. Lawler back to Ainsworth off the right boot. Ainsworth has put it through. 10-point game at East Ringwood Reserve. 8-5-53, East Ringwood 9-9-63.
Well, we wanted them to get that extra goal here at Blackburn because it's going to set it up very nicely for a very good last quarter here, Davo.
There's a real difference in the body language at the moment. Just looking at the body language, Blackburn are up and about. East Ringwood, I don't think they've worked hard enough this quarter, East Ringwood. I reckon they've been really pressured this quarter.
Paul in Stat Centre.
Clearances this quarter are 8-4 the way of Blackburn.
Donvarel 100 points up over Sylvan, 18-13-121. Sylvan 2-9-21.
Harry wrenched it out of the ruck contest. Delaney came up to meet it, though. Josh Waitman was his handball option. Kicks it down the ground. Webster trying to wrestle his man off the ball. It cleared a path for Bilo, trying to bust his way through again as he's done so well today, but the boundary line beat him.
And again, that pressure, Bilo, you would expect to get away there, and he just got pressured, and it was great effort from Blackburn.
New look, it's Harry Nolan in the ruck now against Harry. Lachlan Harry, that is. No clear winner. Nolan went again. Harry hanging off him. Ball up.
The Basin are 105 points up over Oakley District, 21-7-133. Oakley District 4-4-28.
Bilo, he's got his eyes set on the ball. Not quite this time. Bounces for Guymer. No. Good interception by Blackburn, but the pressure came. The walls closed in. And Donnelly hands it out to Kane. Steps this way. Around no one was there. Pearson from the top of the square, but the snap just had no mustard on it. And the goalkeeper was there for Blackburn.
Well, Stoddard now with possession in the defensive half of the ground. Been very impressive. Has got it off to Salmon. Salmon. They go back towards that side again as they've done most of the afternoon. Came off the hands of Harry. Now Below and Dylan got off his brother in James. And now through Waitman inside 50. And it's all Blackburn numbers. Tom Maher.
That was just a very poor kick inside 50.
It was poor.
Well, they've had a few of them in this quarter. That's a great mark, and they're just willing to take the game on. Ainsworth.
He's been
Received it
huge.
from Oglethorpe.
He's been huge in this third quarter, the skipper.
Yeah, he certainly has. And right in front of us, Benjamin Worm, who's had a fair bit of the football himself, takes his time before sending this towards the sea of players at the half-forward line. Picked off. Great mark there by Dylan Below for the Roos.
So I don't understand that kick there. When you want to win, you go into a negative pocket. I would have tried at least to have centred that and you put some pressure on East Ringwood's defence.
To take the chances. This kick was a dangerous one, but it's worked out okay. Going now to the far side, Webster. Back to Delaney. Delaney to McRae. They built this a little nicely. The Roos. 24 minutes gone as they move this down, looking for Seymour, juggling it, couldn't quite bring it down. A smart little tap as the Roos now go back inside their forward 50 in the direction of Fox, through hands. Guymer's there, if he can pick it up cleanly, wrapped up by Ma, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 for East Ringwood.
Gee, their back six has really worked hard, and they've got them back into the contest here, Blackburn.
Up we go. How hard can they work now? It's been fed out by Pearson. The snap didn't come in the end. McRae, he marked a smothered ball, I thought. No. No, it was on the full.
Yeah, I think it just came off the side of his boot.
It was a Mungle finger-breaking wobbler.
Sounds tasty. 63 to 53, East Ringwood to put this back to a 16-point margin through Will McRae. He's kicked.
You almost feel like they need it,
Yeah, I was thinking of exactly the same thing. They need this to just arrest momentum a little bit.
2 goals for the game so far. Will McRae will come in. East Ringwood, they're riding this one home, the Roos, and it's gone through. And Blackburn, that might hurt them a little bit there. As the Roos, they do move to that 16-point margin. We've gone 25 minutes in this third quarter in the Eastland match of the round.
I think for the first time in 6 years, Berwick have kicked 100 points in a game of football. They lead by 59 points. 15-10-100 to South Croydon, 6-5-41. Vermont are still 38 points over Balwyn, 12-14-86 to 7-6-48. So some upsets brewing here in Premier Division.
Back here at East Ringwood Reserve, the margin back out to 16 points. Harry in the ruck, almost tapping it to himself. Stoddard with the tackle. 16-point margin, 10-9-69 to 8-5-53. Almost 26 minutes gone in this third quarter. In an entertaining game out here today as Ainsworth wrapped up in the tackle by Seymour, trying to burst through.
And Roval are 25 points up off South Belgrave.
From 5 weeks ago. I think they'll hold on, Brash. As Bajay up, might have earned himself a free kick, holding free kick.
He's been good this quarter.
Yeah, he has. He stepped up. Let's have a lot of these Blackburn plays looking for Wood.
Good mark.
Oh, that's a great mark.
And Daniel Wood, no stranger to a big mark, can go back and have a set shot and bring this margin back to an even 10 points.
Only 9 points in it down at Zerby's. Doncaster East 10-7-67 leading Noble Park 8-10-58.
So Daniel Wood hasn't kicked one today. Been a little bit quieter this afternoon. He lines up. Kick on the way. It's good. Daniel Wood. It was a great mark. And he finishes off with a goal as well. Back to 10 points.
Yeah, that's once again, Blackburn, they keep coming. And that's all you can ask of your side at the moment. They've been behind for most of the afternoon, but they haven't given up on the contest. and they're still in it, and they're undeniably in this game right to their teeth here.
Yeah, well, they're definitely in the ascendancy. I think most of the play has just gone their way. So back into the middle we go. Donnelly trying to rove this one. It was beaten to it in the end, though, by Worm even. Real clear disposal until Bealo got his hands on it, fed it out, and Pearson presented well at centre-half forward. He's going to have to find an option. Stephen May's moved back forward. He's going to take on Hinkley from the pocket. Bowled over the line, though. No room to move. The siren's gone. So they run out of space and they run out of time in this third quarter. East Ringwood 10-9-69 to Blackburn 9-5-59. The Burners working their way back into it. And we will see you on the other side of this break for the final quarter.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. It is the Roos taking on the Burners, 10-9-69. East Ringwood, Blackburn 9-5-59. But we will follow up because at the moment the scoreboard has an extra point for East Ringwood. They've got it as an 11-point margin, so we'll catch up on that in just a moment.
I think I actually had that one on earlier, but they removed
Took it off.
So I took it off, and now they've put it back on.
There we go. We can put it back on. 10-10-70 East Ringwood, Blackburn 9-5-59. So an 11-point lead for the Roos. Blackburn very, very good in that third quarter. They probably had more of the play. Paul, we might go to you with some of the scores. We've probably talked enough about Premier Division. We know what's happening there. South Croydon are in big trouble against Berwick. Berwick are going to win that game. Vermont look just about home against Baldwin. What's happening in Division 1, Paul? I know there's a tight one out at Walker Park between the Tigers and the Saints.
Yeah, in that game, it's North Ringwood 9-14-68 to Mitcham 10-7-67. Muralbark 10-7-67 to Bayswater 4-3-27. Park Orchards 12-9-81 to Beaconsfield 7-5-47. Baronia 16-9-105 to Norwood 7-13-55. And Wani South 11-13-79 to Montrose 7-10-52.
So big one there for Wantirna South. They might remain undefeated alongside one of North Ringwood Mitchin. Could be a draw over there, you never know. As we'll touch on Division 2 just quickly before we head down to the East Ringwood huddle. Brash has got something.
Yeah. Lilydale 5-7-37 leading the Rams 3-11-29. Bruce Burwood. Ringwood are in front of Surrey Park 7-8-50 to 7-4-46. Templestowe 13-8-86 leading Croydon 8-9-57. Heathmont 9-11-65, 28 points up over Scoresby 5-7-37. And Mulgrave are 94 points up over Waverley Blues 17-10-112 to Waverley Blues 2-6-18. What have we got in third division, Paul?
Yeah, in third division, Knox 11-12-78 to Ferntree Gully 9-4-58. Upper Gully 5-5-35 to Coldstream 1-3-9. The Basin 22-8-140 to Oakley District 6-4-40. Donvale 2014-134 to Sylvan 2-10-22. And in Division 4, Fair Park 11-12-78 to Bulleen Templestowe 10-8-68. Kilsyth 24-13-157 to Forest Hill 5 behinds.
We're going to catch off there because we've got Paul Griffiths down on ground level with Josh Ward.
Paul, your initial assessment of the first three quarters, a good start, but Blackburn have made their way back into the contest?
Yeah, they've been really good, Blackburn. They took a few things away from us and really simple footy, really. They've just been good in the defensive aspect of the game and they're trying to get the ball from inside to out and they're doing it really well. We're probably letting them back in the game by not setting the ground up as well as we like, but we're hoping to change that this quarter.
What's the key messages heading into this last quarter?
Just around contest. I think the whole game's going to be won and lost around contest this quarter. So if we can get our balance right around the contest, get the ball from inside to out, hopefully that equates to goals.
Thanks, Paul. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks there to Paul Griffiths alongside Josh Ward, doing a great job on the boundary this afternoon. Dave, I'll throw this one to you. I mean, very, very good Blackburn side after quarter time. They've started to win the one-on-one contest. Their pressure's been elite. They've worked their way back in this game.
Oh, definitely, and I think that what Paul said was the key. The contest is where it's been crucial. Their ability to stop East Ringwood being able to get that 1, 2 and 3 handball out has been really good. They're coming forward to each of the contests, puts pressure on them, and then they've got the ball into their forward line and look dangerous when they've done it. I think it's going to be a first goal this quarter is really crucial. First goal this quarter, going to be crucial.
Big guns in the middle. We've got Stoddard, Answorth and Lawler, the two Waitmans and James Bealow to get us underway for the final quarter. And up we go. It's going to be Harry versus Llewellyn. Harry got the tap down. Stoddard on the move already, but Josh Waitman was there waiting for it. The handball a little bit wayward. Was able to scoop it up. Charging out of defence there for East Ringwood, but no, it's been turned over to Berger, top of the goal square. Macadorian,
no.
He thought he could play on from that, or he thought he was touched. Makes up for it with a tackle on Webster, or Matthews in fact. And it's holding the ball.
I think the umpire called play on Jared.
Yep.
And the thing is, I reckon there's a mismatch in this back line. I reckon Daniel Wood, right, I think is infinitely can turn over Dylan Bealow in this quarter.
Just has the aerial capability.
Yeah, he does.
Bealow.
And he proved it then, Wood. He was very good below his feet with that handball.
Mackenzie Dorian, surprisingly, not yet kicked a goal today, but this could be a special one because it's going to get Blackburn right back into this contest. And it's been cut to 5 points in the early stages of the final quarter.
So in that passage of play, we had East Ringwood had a chance for a handball over the top. just missed the handball, which has happened a lot today from East Ringwood. Turnover, got the ball in. I thought they'd made a mistake, Blackburn. They had an opportunity to go handball in and run into an open goal. Went a kick across the face. Good goal, first goal. Now we've really got a game on our hands.
Absolutely. 5-point game, 10-10-70 to 10-5-65. Doran with his first of the afternoon. Harry with another tap down. Here's a chance for the Waitmans. Got it off to James Below. Into a bit of space. Go for home, James. Below. He has delivered with the quick response of the Roos. 11-10-76. 10-5-65.
Well, that's exactly what you want from your skipper. You got to lead from. You need your skipper to lead from the front and create some inspiration. And he's just picked up the ball and just gone bang from just outside 50, and created a magnificent goal for East Ringwood because they really needed that, Dave.
They did, and again, it was Harry's tap out was magnificent, but a slight fumble with Blackburn turned the footy over, and East Ringwood were able to capitalise.
Back into the middle, the big guns are going to do battle again. This time it's Lawler, just got a toe to it. Bajea good enough to pick it up, but ran straight into the tackle.
Tell you what, if they can capitalise on his ruck dominance, his hands have been magnificent so far.
Didn't quite get hands to it that time, so Belo ended up with it, brought to ground. Macadorian got it out. Not very far, though, as Webster laid the tackle on Oglethorpe. Mackenzie Dorian, yes, now into the middle. I think he's just pushed up as a high half forward, though, for this one. Harry just wrenches it out of the air. Big kick down the ground, but spare man was back there for East Ringwood. Didn't actually come fruitful for them. Hicks goes to ground. Ball spills free. East Ringwood attempting to control it. Connor Waitman weaves his way through traffic, gets stopped briefly. Damon Delaney on the outside. This is what Paul Griffiths was talking about. Inside to out from the contest. Delaney, brilliant. Couple of touches there. Got it to Donnelly. Connor Waitman charging through the middle of the ground. Sees open space in the forward line, but Hinkley was in that space. Has to control it well. Bowls over Blake Pearson, and over the line they go.
Why would he kick the ball over his head when the Blackburn opposition player had that defensive space? Just put the ball in front of him. It was, they did everything right except for that.
Rare mistake by Connor Waitman. Back in we go. Llewellyn and May holding hands. Belo again. Floating ball across the arc. And the chase is on. Webster slaps it in front of himself, trying to beat Salmon to it. Really good work by Webster. Worked his man away from the ball. Donnelly was his ally. Up they go in defensive line. The whistle's gone. Holding, and it's Stephen May to take the kick.
It was that a little bit, it's because it's Stephen May? Because I thought that was just play on. That just looked like a good defensive, offensive contest, that one.
I will say, I think Wooler got one earlier on against Tweedy, so probably Evans out.
The ex-AFL player. And obviously massive pickup for the Roos this year. Left foot kick, but it's just a poke at goal. And it drifted right. No breeze to speak of on that one either, so no excuses.
I will say, Ryan Webster's bodywork before, though, that set up, that was just fantastic.
Yeah, he didn't kick through the ball then, May.
So,
Backland's kick.
Hub up to Ainsworth. Ainsworth down the line. They've worked this well right in front of the scoreboard. A long kick in the direction of Harry, and Mackenzie Dorian's out the back. Running onto this first, East Ringwood. Over the line it goes, but they've made a lot of territory here. Trailed this game by 12 points to Blackburn.
He could be really dangerous, Mackenzie Dorian, if he gets off the leash a little bit in this quarter. It's a good move putting him deep forward.
There's an excitement machine for Mackenzie Dorian. There's this ball brought back into play. Harry again with the tap down. Stoddard's there. Socket off the ground. Hicks is in the area. Donnelly picked it up for the Roos. Got the handball off in time. Walsh went without it. Had to go back to Delaney. Delaney now off. Here's Below. Been important in this last quarter already as James. Looking for May. Came off hands and out of bounds. So boundary throw on far side. 6 minutes gone final term. 11-11-77 East Ringwood. 10-5-65 Blackburn.
6 minutes gone in this final quarter. Thank you very much for your company on the Eastland Match of the Round. Whether you're joining us on the radio, Eastern FM 98.1, the YouTube or the Facebook stream. Slap out of the contest by Blackburn, but it's going to come right back for East Ringwood. Contest with Stephen May and Hinkley. Pushing the back, going to go the way of Stephen May. So isolated is Josh Fox in the forward line. He's going to go straight for him. Those fluoro orange boots are hard to miss, and he's taken the mark.
Well, I don't think you could defend that any better than what he did then. What a beautiful kick from May to a leading forward. He's hit it at pace with a defender right on him and taken the one grab. That was a beautiful bit of football.
He hasn't played a game for a while, Fox, has he?
No.
He looks very...
We did play last week.
Yeah, he's kicked 7 goals for the year.
He probably still, to me, looks a little underdone in terms of match fitness, because he hasn't had many opportunities today.
Plenty of VFL experience in this man. Plenty of goal-kicking experience. But the breeze took a hold of that one, perhaps. Again, a costly miss from a gettable set shot by East Ringwood, and it's over to Blackburn to see whether or not they can punish them.
What do we call them? Handy points? Is that what that's called?
Handy buffer.
Handy point.
So Blackburn using the corridor, looking for Dorian. That's a perfect kick, finds him on the chest. He'll look to play on straight away, but Jay is the target. He takes the mark. He's about 65 out from home. And that, it's stiff. It's a 25-metre penalty. Donnelly just tapped the ball out of his hands. It was probably on the fence there. I'm not sure, but I reckon by the letter of the law.
I reckon the one thing Blackburn could do is try and beat East Ringwood at their own game. He'd probably try and keep... I would be running. I'll be trying to run now, Blackburn.
So the 25-metre penalty puts the JR in range. He can take the set shot. It's a good kick off the boot. Just going to fall to the right. The wind took it. So it's a minor score, 10-6-66. Back to 12 points, 11-12, 78 East Ringwood. They're still right in this game, Jared.
Both teams now starting to pepper away a little bit. Nerves, breeze, whatever it is, pressure getting to them a little bit.
Davo, as far as the rules go, I know an opposition's not allowed to run across the mark, but are your own players allowed to run across the mark?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, there you go.
Bringing this one back in is Sam Matthews. That is a high ball. Over the top comes Stephen May, but under duress, a brilliant clutch by Aaron Curran.
Done some nice things, Curran.
Yes.
So he's going to have to do a nice thing here to send it inside forward 50 for the Burners. It just came off the fists, and East Ringwood defence would be happy enough with that result.
Tell you what, if that gone an extra metre, Dorian was there by himself.
Yeah, he was running into an open goal there.
So it's now back to 11 points, the margin. Good contest out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Two of the best sides of Premier Division and the Eastern Football Netball League as the kick out finds a target in Nolan. Harry Nolan here for the Roos. Hasn't got anything ahead.
Great defence from Blackburn here.
And he looks in the direction of Fox, but there's plenty of Blackburn numbers around this, and Hicks can jump in front to take the mark. Originally looked like he was going to use the corridor. Chooses not to. Now puts this inside 50, looking for Wood. The mark in front taken by McGowan, almost stolen away from by his own teammate in Tweedy.
That space right there that he kicked it to was just owned by East Ringwood. You could see it from here. I guess Hicks just didn't.
But Jared, they're in this position.
It's turned over to here. Dorian inside to Wood. And a free kick against Dorian going the way of Tweedy.
Block?
Yeah, that's unusual.
Yeah,
but
understand the frustration.
In that case, Jared, they've got to take that corridor space on now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is true. We'll see if Tweedy does that now on the part of East Ringwood. Stephen May's going to set himself. Over the top goes, that was Gleeson. Llewellyn. Nothing doing. Kai Stewart lost the ball to Donnelly. He, in turn, forfeits possession, holding the ball. Kai Stewart says, let's hold it up. Not take advantage.
Yep. Gee, he ran a long way before he made that decision. But
he put the hand up.
If a Blackburn player was running past and he hit him with the handball, he wasn't calling it back.
100%. And it was Stoddard's kick. Well, Wood just found himself unopposed at the back of the contest to take that right on his chest. And do we reckon he's got this in him?
I think he has.
Yeah, I would say so.
Tough kick.
It is a tough kick. but he has plenty, just like Josh Foxton for before.
He's still got to kick to that left goal post, though, because the wind's going to drag it back across, I reckon.
Plenty of goal-kicking experience. A personal best of 73 goals in a season. That was when he played for Whitefriars, and it's a tumbling ball, top of the goal square. Tweedy is going to love that. Swallow it whole, and East Ringwood will deflect once more with 11 and a half minutes gone in this final quarter, Ryan.
So there's Tweedy, uncontested, able to take the mark and goes now towards the far side, changing things up for the Roos. Bit of a fumble there, not sure what was going on. Waitman got the handball back. Under a lot of pressure, they're going to run themselves into trouble. Dorian and Stewart applying the pressure. Dorian ends up on the footy, wrapped up and caught for holding the ball. He's had a couple of unlucky ones against him. That one's maybe a little bit more there than the last one, I thought. But either way, the Roos end up with the footy, and they'll look to get something going in the direction of Fox. Came off hands. May with the tackle.
So East Ringwood have gone completely against what their run of play and the way they've played their footy for a long time. Just long kicking at the moment.
So the tap down was won by the Burners, but there's been a free kick awarded. It looks like it was a throw going the way back of Blackburn.
What Blackburn have done is they've forced East Ringwood into a game plan that they don't want to play.
Yep.
But and they're slowly been wearing them down.
The only problem is with Blackburn, they just haven't been able to capitalise enough when they have gone forward in this second half. But Jaya, Ainsworth, Wooler involved. And we'll get another stoppage on that far side. 11 points. There's still game on here at East Ringwood Reserve.
It is a tense situation with neither team able to break through for a goal for quite a while now. It just misses in the past 10 or so minutes of real time as the ball will find its way over the boundary line.
Berwick 18-12, 120 leading South Croydon 6-5-41.
Wonderful day there for Berwick. Historic in the EFNL. Bajaya fed the handball out, but it was only to East Ringwood. Nolan was there to dismantle the charge. Now it's Gleeson feeding it out. Webster thought he was held without it. That time he wasn't held without it. Crushed by Dorian in the tackle.
So that bit of play there, when he had that last handball, he needed a kick because the guy was right on his hammer.
Toby got the tap down. This is going to be a boundary throw-in, isn't it? Yep. Hicks makes sure of it.
It's taken them a while, but Doncaster East now lead by 36 points, 15-10, 100 to Noble Park 9-10, 64.
Tovey against Llewellyn in the ruck contest. Llewellyn got that tap down. Waitman roved it well over to Connor. No, intercepted immediately, and it's a free kick there. Called by the umpire. Held without it, perhaps. Or in the back.
Fell on him.
To the goal square. Wood has the sit. Tweedy came across with that all-important fist. Donnelly is now going to have to outpace Kai Stewart. Didn't quite do so. Stewart thwarted him. Out to Curran, and the handball just missed the target in Lawler and found its way into the East Ringwood dugout.
Vermont 44 points up over Baldwin.
Game over.
It certainly is. Vermont 14-15-99. Baldwin 8-7-55.
Lachlan Harry back on and into the ruck contest for this one. Got the palm down. It clean bowled everyone. Pearson will be first to it. Lawler confronts him over the line.
Park Orchards 35 points up over Beaconsfield 14-11-95. Beaconsfield 9-6-60.
Boundary throw in here. Harry in the ruck again. This time doesn't win out. It's Hicks. Handball off to Bajaya. Bajaya off the right boot towards Wood. Great mark, great kick. And a great inside 50 here for the Burners. Another opportunity.
And Daniel Wood's had it, probably having his best quarter of the game. He's presenting, he's trying to create, and hopefully for Blackburn he kicks this goal just to reward himself for some effort, because I think he's tried hard in this second half.
He certainly has. So is Bajaya, who's come to life in this second half.
He's lifted.
That was a great kick to hit up Wood. He kicked one in the third quarter. This to bring the margin back to 5 points. Daniel Wood, watch it come right. not enough. The wind disappeared when he needed it most.
Did not move an inch.
No. 10-8-68 Blackburn, 11-12-78 East Ringwood. Looked like it stopped just as soon as he took the kick.
So the target of the kick in. Well, he wasn't the target, but he took it anyway. Llewellyn.
2 minutes ago, that's a goal.
Yeah.
10-point margin in favour of East Ringwood. They can't just sit on this lead. May over the top. No, the punch came from behind, and Blackburn, are they going to watch it trail over the line? Ma had the opportunity to scoop it up, but I think he was pretty happy with the stoppage.
Mitcham have gone 19 points up over North Ringwood, 13-11-89. North Ringwood 9-16-70.
James Bearlow setting himself at this stoppage, going head-to-head with Hicks in this particular instance. Punch by Harry, no, he whiffed. It's come now back to Kane. He's got it to Bearlow, bounces off one, not quite. Josh Waitman round the body. Stephen Mays in the goal square, just trailed away.
Gee, that was great play by Bearlow again.
Yeah.
You know, under pressure, great hands out.
Surrounded by three and had the strength to bat off one and the time and space to feed the handball out. Back into play it will be. The tension only builds from here. Llewellyn nearly took it out of the ruck contest. He pumped it down to Pearson in the end. Charging through. This is Matthews. Just slipped at the critical point. Curran's got a lot of work to do. Does he have friends around him to help him out? He saw Kai Stewart. Brilliant handball. Great vision by Curran as well. And Stewart pulled the kick beautifully to Lawler. Tumbling ball inside forward 50 territory. The name of the game in that instance. McGowan found it in the pocket. Had help. It was Sam Walsh. And he's going to find the outlet mark in Webster.
That was a crucial bit of play then. Great pick-up, great kick, and a really clean mark under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 100% is now on the far side. Webster puts it up, and Fox, great hands. And happy just to slow things down. They have a 10-point lead, the Roos, so just with the way the game's going, they're probably one goal away from icing this. As this kick, big fly at the back from McRae, got hands to it. Ball brought back down to ground level. There he is again. Ends up with the footy wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up just inside the forward arc here for East Ringwood.
One Turner South at 28 points up over Montrose, 13-15-93. Montrose 9-11-65.
Harry tapped it down. Waitman inside 50 was looking for May. Tucked away in the pocket. Kept it alive. Got it to Fox. Fox off to Pearson. Pearson goal. And that might just be it. 12-12-84 East Ringwood, 10-8-68 Blackburn, 16-point margin. Pearson with his second of the day.
How good was that from Stephen May? Look at this kick. Bang.
Would have made Palais proud.
Yep. That's quality.
Park Orchards look home, 14-11-95. Beaconsfield 9-7-61. Big win coming up for Baronia, 2012-132. Norwood 8-15-63. Moorabah heading for a big victory, 16-8-104. Bayswater 5-5-35.
So it's all on Blackburn now, but it's Josh Waitman storming out of the middle. May at ground level, it just ricocheted off of him to Webster. Round the body, Pearson, he's just kicked one, and he clamps another. Round the body, and there's the icer, I would say.
Is that his fourth?
That is goal number three for Blake Pearson. And we've not quite ticked into time on just yet, but it's a 22-point lead to the Roos, 13-12-90 to Blackburn, 10-8-68.
The benefits of having class in your side when you need them most, Davo. They've come to the fore in the last 5 minutes for East Ringwood.
Yeah, and that was a crucial clearance too. They haven't had many ones like that. That was just crucial.
So back in the middle it goes now. So from 10 points out to 22. We get a ball up back in the middle. And a great response from the Roos because really after quarter time, Blackburn have thrown everything at them. Big punch forward there from Harry to Bajaya. And they work this through Waitman to Walsh. Now they're running on top of the ground and look ready to blow this one away. They score so quickly inside 50. May's out the back. He can run into an open goal. Stephen May. If it wasn't over before, it is now.
You almost feel like
14-12, 96 to 10-8, 68, Brash.
Sorry, Ryan. You almost feel like, Davo, that Blackburn don't deserve the ignominy of this loss, do they now?
No, they don't, but it's a great lesson. The game is played over 4 quarters of football, and you can't afford to have a 10-minute or 5-minute rest against a side as good as East Ringwood. And to East Ringwood's credit, they've really pushed hard this last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, the work rate in the middle definitely starting to shine through. Harry got the tap down. Seymour's tracking it back, coming up to meet it from the half-forward line was Bajaya, fed it out to Lawler, then Stoddard. Dorian, he whiffed on the handball. Delaney's going to mop this up for the Roos. No, Bajaya stole it back. Oh, the handball backwards into space. It wasn't space. It was straight to Kane, but he was wrapped up.
How critical was that miss by Wood? Would have been 4 points.
Yeah, yep.
Blackburn, they've been the more accurate side, but they'll come to rue their misses, it would seem, today. Waitman fighting hard on the deck, holding the man, it's been called. So Kate Answorth, if they're going to do anything, sorry, not Kate Answorth, it's actually Stoddard. If they're going to do anything, the Burners, they got to do it now.
He'll have a shot here.
I would.
Yeah, it looks like he is. Straight to the teeth of goal, over the heads of the Roos defence.
That's goal of the day.
And Stoddard puts one home for the Burners. Consolation or fire starter, Ryan?
Well, either way, it's the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, I think. I can't think of a better one today. Well, I mean, still 22 points and it's 23 minutes gone, so I'd say no, but...
yeah. We've seen more wild things.
We have.
That's, I mean, what was it, at this ground or was it Jubilee? Ethan Duncan, that goal in the dying minutes of the grand final. We thought it was all over.
Yeah, that's true.
It actually was the fire
Jubilee
starter.
last year.
Jubilee, thank you.
As we're back in the middle again, can they get another quick one there? Stoddard, he's been fantastic, hasn't he? He's inside 50. He's trying to will them over the line himself. Can they get one more quick one? Carmody wrapped up in the tackle.
He's been very quiet today, hasn't he, Carmody?
Yeah. Berwick up by 85 here.
So, Below brought down in the tackle. Waitman got it off. And now McGowan. Long kick out of their back half towards May, who's been outstanding again this afternoon. Got the handball off to Geimer. And they link up again. Now a chance for Kane. Can take a bounce. Has options in the forward 50. Couldn't quite take the mark. Could Webster. Stoppage inside 50 for the Roos. Been an entertaining game for sure between these two sides.
Now, we're considering what it could have been at quarter time.
Yeah, I've liked Blackburn's fight back, and again, when the Roos are on top and they play their game, they score so quickly.
It's a very attractive game of footy that they
play.
play.
But the other thing is too now, Ryan, it actually gives the other sides a bit of a blueprint now on how they can try and diminish East Ringwood's style moving forward.
But again, it comes down, can other teams do it for 100 minutes? That's the key thing, isn't it?
No, is that Ryan Webster coming off?
Blood rule. He's got claret
because
down the whole left of his face.
Roval have got East Ringwood and Blackburn coming up after next week, so I'm sure Ben Wise, who was here this afternoon, would be taking plenty of notes. Seeing Blake couldn't con him into sitting and watching it from home in front of the TV.
Back up we go. East Ringwood threatening to bury yet another dagger into the back of Blackburn. Not yet, though. Oof. Bit of how do you do in the pocket? Nothing doing, really. Let's see who's surrounding this contest. Burying his way in was Answorth. Couldn't do much with it. Trying to squeeze a kick out of nothing was Curran. It ricocheted. Blackburn trying to just force the issue, force it forward, forfeit the ball, and Waitman ended up buried by Stoddard. The wrestle on again. Harry got the punch to it. Tap by Dorian. Into the path of Stoddard. He's going to try and wheel his way around Josh Waitman. Managed to find an ally. And up they go. It's Tweedy. He doesn't know how to do anything but fist. He could have taken the mark with that, actually. And it's gone the way of McGowan. The defender on the right misses to the left.
14-13-97 East Ringwood, 11-8-74 Blackburn. 26 minutes gone in this final quarter. The Roos are going to win their 4th straight to start season 2026. Blackburn out of defence, a long kick towards the middle of the ground. Punch from behind. Donnelly ends up with it. He's kicked to Geimer, off to Waitman. Has an option over the top. Again, running into an open goal. Kane has missed. So 14-14-98 East Ringwood, 11-8-74. 4-goal lead.
If they kicked a little bit straighter this last 5 minutes, they could be 6 goals in front, the way they were going.
Really trying to raffle the finishing move, the killing blow. Worm. The outlet kick, the outlet mark, in fact, for Blackburn. And stagnation, the name of this play. Oh, a low floating ball to no one in particular. Curran actually made it good with a decent one-handed pickup. And now Salmon has it over on the other side of the ground. We've got Will Oglethorpe. There's been a whistle, and Oglethorpe will take that onto the wing. Lawler. And they're working this out through Stoddard. Was able to step around his opponent. Lines up a kick to Answorth. Inside 50, we will go in a moment or two. Kept it low. Saw something he liked, and a free kick's been given away, and it will be a shot at goal for Blackburn, and it's the late in Tovey.
I think the interesting thing with Blackburn and so far this season, Davo, it's come down to nearly a quarter of football.
Yeah.
The other 3 quarters have been fantastic, but it's just those moments, 20 minutes of class football.
Tovey comes in, and it's floated
through.
Home. It's through. So good on the young man. His teammates get around him.
That goal that Wood didn't get.
Yeah, yeah, it was a momentum changer.
It was.
Yeah, the Wood one.
But also that first quarter, I think they'll look at as a,
20 minutes.
What if? Yeah.
20 minutes of football.
Yep. You can't give up that 28-point lead.
And we keep talking about Wood's miss. I'm telling you now, he kicked it exactly where I thought he should be kicking it.
Well, the 5 minutes before, that was a goal, but the wind just dropped off right on.
I didn't know what happened there. He kicked that perfectly.
So 18 points to margin, 28.5 minutes gone final quarter. Final siren just moments away as Answorth puts it on the boot forward, looking to just get one back late anyway. This ball back out towards the far side now for the Roos. The mark was dropped by Pearson. Got through the tackle, got it off to Below. Below out wide. And Walsh back to Pearson. Pearson to Seymour. Kick 2 in a minute in the first quarter, lit it up. He goes long towards Fox. Balled across the line for a minor score. So we are a 19-point East Ringwood lead.
There really hasn't been too many East Ringwood players that have really stood out.
No, I agree.
It's been a really even performance.
Yeah, I agree.
Almost so that I'm probably going to be giving my best on the ground to the opposition.
Yeah, I am. So,
Stoddard, yes.
No, I'm not giving it to him.
Okay.
No.
I'm happy to hear who that's going to end up being. So fighting for it was Salmon. Fed the ball out. Over the top they went. Oh, waiting up the back is Kai Stewart. Feeds the handball forward. Mackenzie Dorian's just going to run right into the goal. Snap. And bangs it home into the car park. And back to what is now a 13-point margin.
And you've got to give it into Blackburn. They have really worked extremely hard. And you're right, Brash. If you think about it, East Ringwood have had a number of players who have had 5-minute starring moments. In the first quarter, it was the young boy Seymour.
Yep.
He had those 5 minutes of great football. In the McRae had 5 minutes of great football. There was 5 minutes of great football here. So if we sit down and have a look at winners over the ground, I've got a funny feeling Blackburn may have had more winners over the ground, to be honest.
And there's your siren. So the final margin out here at East Ringwood Reserve is 13 points. The Roos 14-15, 99 has defeated Blackburn 13-8, 86. A great contest between two of the best in Premier Division, and it did live up to expectations in the end after a one-sided first term. Really was a great contest, and the Roos, they just continue to do it. They're 4-0, looking really, really good, and you can see why and what they've been able to do against good sides, because when they get on top of games, they are very, very hard to stop.
Yeah, and one of the things that was interesting to hear the coach say before the game, they've got 8 players that he reckons are walk-up starts in their ones who are still yet to come into the team. So
that's scary.
They've got a bit of depth there still to come. And they'll really have appreciated this game today, and they'll go away and they'll do the revision and look at everything and go, okay, this is what teams are going to do to us. How are we going to beat them? You know, because we can't just think it's going to happen. And I thought a great game of football. Both teams have got a lot of positives to take out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Josh is going to get one of the East Ringwood players for a quick interview post-game. But obviously as well, I mean, if you've got that many players that are due to walk into this side, then you're well set up, I believe. Wardy's got Stephen May with him at ground level. Josh, take us underway.
Yeah, I got Stephen May, the star recruit for East Ringwood this season. Stephen, a great victory. Must be very pleased to get over the line.
Oh yeah, I've only played in a couple of games and they were comprehensive wins, so this was really good fun. Blackburn quality side. I'm still getting to learn all the teams, so I don't know a lot about many. Sorry, and so yeah, it's awesome. I'm still finding my way, still learning my teammates' names and where to lead and all that sort of thing. But I'm having a ball.
But that must have been pleasing though that you were challenged for the second and third quarter and the last quarter as well, but were able to get over the line.
Oh yeah, I think there's nothing better than that competitiveness and going through game scenarios, because these boys, they really want to win a flag, and you need to be able to perform when the game's in the balance, and winning by 10 goals every week's not going to get you ready for finals. So I think it was a terrific hit out today.
And you yourself, how are you finding being out here at East Ringwood?
Yeah, I'm still finding my feet a bit. Smaller grounds, leading patterns, where my teammates want me to kick it and where I want to lead. So there's all those sort of things. But, I feel like I'm a little kid again, learning a new sport. So, and playing forward, which I haven't done for 16 years. So, I'm finding a bit of fun. Nice to kick a couple of goals.
Well, you've still done a terrific job so far to start the season. As has the side, congratulations on the victory and your own performance.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks there, Josh Wood with Stephen May. And I have loved Stephen May's game today. I thought he was outstanding and certainly one of their best this afternoon. Hit the scoreboard. They went also in that third quarter, went back and played a pivotal role down back when Blackburn was starting to get on top. And he looks like he's just loving it at the moment. If you watch him, and I watch him at times, he's always smiling. He's really enjoying his football down here.
Yeah, and that's what he looks like he's really enjoying his footy, which is great.
Yeah,
it's really good to hear that player coming down from the professional level. Just speaking about how it's a breath of fresh air in his life, and being able to join a local club, enjoy his footy a little bit more than maybe he might have been when it was life encompassing.
Yeah, you're right, Jared. And look, I think Davo was right. I think both sides will take lots of positives and examine the negatives out of this contest, and that always happens when you get the top four sides playing against each other, because if they don't learn anything, how are they going to improve as the season progresses? And I just sort of think that, look, for East Ringwood, yes, they've probably, in their eyes, they've probably played 40 minutes of the type of football that they wanted to play. But kudos to Blackburn, because they didn't allow them to get the game on their terms for the whole 100 minutes.
Just as obviously it is Pat Cronin Foundation round as well, so both sides will be awarded a medal for their best player. Also today out here at East Ringwood Reserve, the footy's not done yet. The senior women's in East Ringwood and the Basin are taking on one another this afternoon or this evening under lights. So if you're still around the area, you're coming home from the footy, there is still more footy to be played. So that game to take over here. Lee, I don't know if we're not going to have the audio from down at ground level, will we?
Not too sure. I have asked Josh if he could.
I might try and hand over the mic.
Hand the mic so he's holding two. Yeah.
We'll see. see if we can hear that.
Both. Yeah, tell him both, not one, because he'll
Otherwise,
use ours
he'll
instead
use
of
one
theirs.
and not the other. But good work there by Josh. Then had a great afternoon on the boundary as both sides will be an awarded medal. So we haven't voted for this. So it'd be interesting to see what player will be selected from both teams.
Thanks, everyone. If I can just grab everyone's attention for a brief moment. My name's Warren Richards, here today on behalf of the Pat Cronin Foundation. Thanks to everyone for getting involved and for East Ringwood for being so supportive. Really entertaining game to watch. It was, as a neutral observer, it was great to watch good footy. I'm just going to hand across to Anthony. He's going to announce the player for Blackburn who is deemed most worthy of the medal, as will Paul. The Pat Cronin Foundation exists to try and educate young men and women that violence is never the answer, whether on the sporting field or in life in general. And we appreciate the opportunity to get engaged in local footy and netball, cricket, soccer, regardless of the sport, to help young people make smart decisions. So thanks again to everyone for the support, and Anthony, if you can announce your best player. What's up?
First of all, just congratulations to East Ringwood. Obviously, a terrific start to the year. To Paul, James and Damon. I think obviously they're playing great footy, so we'll see in 9 or 10 weeks. To our boys, I thought we had 3 guys who played really good games today. McAdoo and Kay Rainsworth, but best player for today was Riley Stoddart.
Thank you.
Yeah, good choice. I liked it. Had a fantastic game.
I can grab a photo on the tip. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, Paul.
First of all, thanks to Blackburn and Defies for a fantastic game of football. And also the Pat Cronin Foundation is obviously a really worthy foundation, bringing awareness to something that's a real issue in society. So we're thrilled and honoured to be able to give the award to the person who best exemplified the day, to Zach McGowan. Well done, big boy. Well done. Appreciate it. Get a photo.
Congratulations, Zach.
Had a great game for the Roos, so great to see him rewarded with the medal. There's just got a bit of a speaker issue down there at ground level, but great to see the 2 award winners for today for Pat Cronin Foundation round, Stoddart and McGowan, both fantastic and great representative of the award. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to wrap up. We'll have our votes for our award. We'll have a few other things as we close things out. We'll go through the scores. The final score out here at East Ringwood Reserve, it's East Ringwood 14-15-99, defeating Blackburn 13-8-86.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. It is the Roos winners out here, 14-15-99 to Blackburn 13-8-86. As we said, if you're around the area, there is still more footy to be played. The senior women's for the Roos taking on the Bears. That game taking place right now in the opening quarter. If you've just joined us, you've been obviously aware that the Roos got across the line, but they were fair way up at quarter time. Blackburn worked in the game. It was a really entertaining clash. East Ringwood end up winning by 13 points. We've still got our awards to give out. We've got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. We've got the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground. Did we want to touch on the Goal of the Day award first?
Oh, I think Stoddart.
Yeah, Stoddart's goal.
Stoddart, yep.
Yeah, I thought that was by far. How far out was he? He was about
he was.
I think the thing is with that kick, and it was a good kick, the breeze might have picked up a little bit as well when he let loose, unlike that Daniel Wood shot earlier.
Yeah,
I think
Daniel Wood.
the Arcs are 40, if I remember correctly.
45 potentially, so still a fair way out.
I reckon he's
55,
kicked at 55-60, I reckon.
Yeah, there you go. So he's the award winner for the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. He takes home a $50 gift card. Our Eastland Stay Young Cryo Best on Ground award. We are 1, 2, 3. Josh, kick us off because I actually don't know where I'm going for this one.
I was going to say, and I can keep count. We did. It went well last week.
We mucked it up last week, so pressure on.
No, it was Blake who mucked it up, but
I'll keep count as well. So
thank you, Jared. Much appreciated. It's hard to pick a one voter. But I'll go Stephen May. He had a big influence up forward and down in defence when he was down there. So I've got him down for 1 vote. I've got 2 votes to Riley Stoddart. He was exceptional. But I know this bloke went in and out of the game, but his influence in the contest was crucial for East Ringwood. James Bealow, he gets my 3 votes. So that's my 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, there we go. Wayne Brasher.
Interestingly, for the first time, I'm actually giving I'm going to give a vote to Pearson. I thought he was class prevails and comes to the fore when you need him and most. And him and Bealow for mine split the 1 vote, but I'm going to give it to Blake Pearson. 2 votes I'm going to give to Riley Stoddart because I think, in essence, his move was the move of the day because, in essence, he dragged Blackburn into the contest and it wasn't his fault that they actually lost in the end. But I think clearly the best player on the ground for 4 quarter performances, the ruckman Lockie Harry from Blackburn. I thought clearly the best player. East Ringwood didn't have a match up for him this afternoon.
Davo, you're 1, 2, 3.
Yep, well, I'm going 1 vote to Riley Stoddart because I thought his last 3 quarters were exceptional, but he didn't really do much in the first quarter. Not many of them did, but I thought he did really well. And apologies to Stephen May because I thought he deserved the vote, but I couldn't fit him in. I'll give him 2 votes to Tristan Tweedy.
Yeah.
I thought his first quarter was exceptional, and then I thought he was really solid for the rest of the time. And I know Wood got into it, but Wooler was unsighted, and Wood did a few decent things, but I thought he was clearly the best defender in the day, and I agree. Lockie Harry, for me, was easily best man on the ground. His work was exceptional, and I'll make the call that if he hadn't been in the ruck, East Ringwood would have won by a lot more. I think his ability to get the ball to the ground and stop East Ringwood being able to get first hands on the contest was crucial today.
Yeah, Dave,
Jared Beanland.
I think I've gone very similar. I was switching and changing my votes. I've left a couple of people out. I think McGowan could be stiff to not even get a vote from any of us. It's unfortunate. But Riley Stoddard I had for one. Huge impact player, very classy and did a lot of really good things. I've given 2 to Lachlan Harry for much of the same reasons as yourself and Brasher. And 3... my 3 went to Tristan Tweedy. I think he was a solid as a rock down back, and there's a reason why we didn't see much from Toby Wooler this whole game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit all over the place, and I've actually left Lockie Harry out, and I thought he was great. Just probably maybe the side didn't get the most out of it through the midfield, even though he was dominant there. I've given 1 to Dorian. I just think his impact in the second half when they got on top, I think he maybe was a little bit quiet earlier on, but I think he really brought him into the game, particularly in that 3rd and 4th term. I've gone 2 to Stephen May, kicked goals, but also in that 3rd quarter when they needed someone to go back, was fantastic. Obviously played on Wooler for a little bit. Such an important player to this lineup, of course. Still getting used to everything here at East Ringwood, as we heard. And I'll back in Tweedy for 3. And I'm going to give an honourable mention to Damon Delaney as well. I thought maybe a little bit late, wasn't as involved, but I thought he was great as well. Flies under the radar, but I think Tweedy just does everything right.
Yep.
And for me, I thought he was
Do we have a tiebreaker?
I think we do, actually.
Yeah, we both got Tweedy and Harry for 8.
For 8 votes.
Yep.
So does that mean we go to Lee or?
Well, I would say on a winning team.
Yeah, you give it to Tweedy.
We've got an award going to Blackburn.
Yeah, I think that seems fair. All those in favour?
Yep.
Aye.
There you go.
But interestingly enough, I reckon when you look at it's probably been the hardest game for us as a team.
Yeah.
Normally, we sort of generate quite a few. There's a lot of.
Yep. Well, I think the style of the game changed up throughout the day as the coaches were implementing different tactics.
I'll tell you, I'm also I do lean into who wins the game. That affects my votes at times.
Yeah.
I do think Blackburn had the more dominant players across the ground. I think East Ringwood had a more even performance. And so I think it's a hard one.
Sorry, Ryan. I think I do lean into defenders as well. I think that's sort of like usually more my go because they do manage to take out a important piece of the other team that could otherwise have made a bigger impact.
Should we go through some quick scores? We got time, right?
Let's go through Josh Ward to run us through. We don't have too much long, so
go Josh.
Through him.
I'll try my best. Premier Division, Baldwin 67 went down to Vermont 112. Berwick 148 defeated South Croydon 54, and Doncaster East 100 defeated Noble Park 64. Down into Division 1, Moorpark 70-point winners over Bayswater 105 to 35. Park Orchards 95 to Beaconsfield 61. Mitcham 103 to North Ringwood 70, remaining undefeated. The Tigers, Baronia 138 to Norwood 72, and Montana South 93 to Montrose 65. Into Division 2 as quickly as possible. Templestowe 104 to East Croydon 76. Lilydale over the line against East Burwood 55 to 42.
Lilydale again.
Heathmont 78 to Scoresby 57. Surrey Park were challenged by Ringwood. They got up in the end 71 to 63. And Mulgrave 128 to Waverley Blues 29. Into Division 3. It was Upper Ferntree Gully 95 to Coldstream 15. Ferntree Gully 64 went down to Knox 85. The Basin 177 to Oakley District 77. So a high-scoring game there for both sides. And Donvale 123-point win against Sylvan. 149 to 26 in that game out at Donvale Reserve.
Well, 100 points off their best, Donvale.
Yeah, I say that's disappointing. I say that's disappointing from them. Division 4, Fair Park 111 to Bulleen Templestowe 77. Killside 169 to Forest Hill 6. Churnside Park 244 to Nutter Whiting 36. and Warrandyte 108 to Doncaster 46.
Very good, Josh. You flew through that. That was less than 2 minutes.
Oh, you've done better than me. I would only be up to about Division 2 by now.
Wow.
I actually reckon you'd be at the second quarter of the Vermont game.
You know, Brash, tonight's going to be refreshing the footage. Wait for the Vermont game to come up. And
Ray Baird's going to he's going to have he'll ring me tonight and say he'll put it into me. He'll turn around and say, Brash, what's going on, Vermont?
Very good. Great to be out here at East Ringwood Reserve. It was a great game. We'll start wrapping things up as we're about to finish. Josh, brilliant work there on the boundary today. Had a great interview with Stephen May after the game. Sure you enjoyed speaking to what is an AFL great.
It was an absolute pleasure. One of my favourite interviews, actually, Stephen May, and good to sit back and relax and enjoy a pretty good contest in the end down on the boundary.
As exciting as Tom Smith from Surrey Park.
Mind you, in that last quarter there were times, and you guys can testify to this. Well, I wasn't watching the game; I was keeping a close eye on the Surrey Park score.
I was going to say something on the broadcast. We could actually see your phone down at ground level, refreshing the Surrey Park score quite a bit, but you can rest easy there. Wayne Brasher, great to have you back. I've missed you, buddy.
Thank you
Good
very
to have
much.
you back on the broadcast.
Oh, we'll do it again next Saturday, eh?
I'll lock you in. You're in.
You're in.
Great to have you, Brash.
Thank you.
Davo, great to have you again. Been fantastic to have you on board this year, and a fantastic game to watch.
Yeah, it was really good, and what it's done is it's given us, as Brash said, blueprint for other teams against East Ringwood. But having said that, East Ringwood have still got the goods to say we're 4-zip, and we've played some good sides. In fact, we've beaten both of last year's grand finalists. So, great game of footy to watch.
Absolutely. Great to have you on board. Jared Beanland, great to have you in the calling chair.
Thank you very much, Ryan. It was a great game to ride the waves of.
Absolutely. Lee Green, Megan Green, Zach Sharp here for the first time as well. Great to speak all things footy today. East Ringwood run out winners by 13 points out here in the Eastland Match of the round.